think we're back. All right. I'll give everybody a minute to show up, and then I'll talk about. I have no idea what happened, but we'll talk about, I guess, what's going on now. Now this becomes a much less enjoyable experience if we have to restart the live chat halfway through the live stream. I have no idea what happened. I was talking to you about all of me, and then I don't know. So you had just said that it was recorded for Twilight, and I was trying to talk to you about that, and then everything froze on me. But I mean, technology is what technology is. Technology is flawed, and that's why we can't completely replace human workers with automation. No, there wasn't a copyright strike or anything like that, because that was the first thing that I checked for. Although, interestingly enough, yeah, a second, I've got some. What is this? What are you telling me right now? Oh, YouTube's letting me know that I went live right now. Okay, that's fun. No, I don't know. I don't know what happened because like I ran straight to check for a copyright notification or something to see what's going on. Now the funny thing is, I do have limited advertisements being ran because apparently, I don't know how well you guys will be able to see this, but apparently something that we discussed during the first part of this live stream was inappropriate or something, because you'll see right here, well, hang on, let me make it bigger so that you guys can see, but you'll see right here that apparently we are running limited or no ads due to content identified as not suitable for most advertisers, fully playable, and is eligible to earn subscriptions and from YouTube Premium. But if you look, this video is running limited or no ads due to content identified as not suitable. And so ad suitability means that this video is limited now. So that's interesting. I'm not sure that we actually discussed anything inappropriate during the first part of the live stream, but who knows? So about your song "All of Me" though, because that was what I was asking when everything froze and the world came crashing down. Talk to me about what do you mean? So that you said that song was recorded for Twilight. What are we talking about? Like, what was it actually like licensed to the movie and then they ditched on it, or what happened? See here. Also, welcome back anybody who's rejoined since everything came crashing down on us. Appreciate you guys coming back. I do think we probably killed the chances of being able to hit 8 hours today, as Gabe had hoped, but you know, I'm not done chatting, so. Let's go and reply to these. All right, let's see here. Words must have triggered some. Think they'll block you if we talk about what Biden said to troops in 2016. I don't know. I don't. At this point, I don't know, because I really don't know why that stream just cut all of a sudden. I feel some conspiracy tendencies twinkling into my mind right now. Welcome back, Jordan. I don't know what happened, but yeah, we're back. All right, let's see. It was for the second Twilight. They had an open call. We submitted a song by all guidelines. Called twice to perform in front of the producers. They loved it, and then just got sorry. Well, that sucks. I mean, that's awesome that you guys had that opportunity. I wish that had worked out for you, because that is a beautiful song. I'll play it in just a minute. That's what I was getting ready to do when the last stream cut off. We'll play it for everybody though, so that everybody hears it and can kind of know where I'm coming from, because I really enjoyed that one. I checked it out offline before, but we'll do another sound of it here during this. Went in another direction, male vocals, etc., but lyrics are vampire-ish. I feel like, I mean, I'm trying to remember. Let's just go ahead and check it out, because I'm trying to remember vampire-ish. I don't know that I remember vampire-ish coming to mind. But we're gonna listen to it and figure it out anyway.
Never mind, I'm in control. I'll pull the plug if I want, I can make you crawl. Been there, done that, every trick is old. Bring it on, take it off, I've seen it before. Crack of dawn, carry on, maybe you'll be saved. I enjoy watching you, feeling safe. I'll be good, you'll be bad, I need a change. We get on, we get off the final stage.
Okay, so I definitely heard the crack of dawn piece right there, and I do hear some talk about watching people enjoy being safe and all that stuff. So I'm with it. I can kind of see some of the vibes you're talking about in here. It's definitely got a darker feel. I can see where it would fit into Twilight. I'm sure it probably expands a little bit in a minute, and maybe if I had listened to it kind of through that lens the first time, I might have caught some of this a little bit sooner. Let's see. Gabe's back with a new name. I don't think I shouted that out, but I'm glad you've shortened it, sir. Magic Elite says, when are you going to react to Palfu again? I'm going to react to Palfu really soon. I enjoy Palfu. It's just kind of tough to cram in everything that I enjoy into a weekly rotation. Especially, I've been trying to limit myself to 3 videos a day. I dropped a ton of videos yesterday. Let's see, and then Jeff says, shout out to Jeff. If you guys like video game channels and haven't checked out the channel Freed from the Real, that's my best friend, and that's his gaming channel, so definitely go check out that channel if you haven't, you like that kind of content. But he asks, what is my opinion of the Juggalo group Twisted? I've made no bones about enjoying Twisted on this channel. I've done several reactions to Twisted, so those are my thoughts on Twisted. I love them. Let's see. Alan G says it sounded sort of like a dark show tune. Probably fair.
We get on, we get off the final stage. You don't ask if I'm a sinner. You don't break where others crack with me. You don't mind I'm unforgiven. You don't question my humanity. My humanity. My humanity.
See, I can see, I see where it's coming from with the shades, looking at it through a Twilight lens, because we are talking about not questioning humanity. We're talking about all those kind of thoughts there. So, you know, I feel it.
Never mind, I don't really care if you're up and I'm down when you take me there. Come on, you know you need verbatim, 'cause my wrong and my right may look the same. You don't ask if I'm a sinner. You don't break where others crack with me. You don't mind I'm unforgiven. You don't question my humanity. I don't ask others crack with me. I don't mind I'm unforgiven, 'cause you don't question my humanity. My humanity. My humanity. Best of luck to you. If you wanna see, if you wanna have all of me, best of luck to you. If you wanna see, if you wanna take all of me, all of me, all of me, all of me, all of me. You don't ask if I'm a sinner. You don't break where others crack with me. You don't mind I'm unforgiven. You don't question my humanity. I don't ask if you're a sinner. I don't break 'cause others crack with me. I don't mind I'm unforgiven, 'cause you don't question my humanity. My humanity. My humanity. Ooh.
I'm with it. Like I said, I listened to that one before. That wasn't my first time hearing that one, but I still really enjoy it. I see y'all making some humanity jokes in there. Some manatee called Hugh. Hey, sometimes when you're going with that stronger, really powerful singing style, you put that emphasis on there. I think it's fantastic though. I really like this song. Now still, I don't think that you like overly laced it with vampire imagery though. I mean, when I'm looking back through it, I can see how it would fit that movie, but I also think it works 100% as well as a standalone song. So I mean, you know, I like I said, I see it knowing that that's what it is. I don't know that I necessarily, would have picked out that it would have been for that movie though, if I didn't know that. Let's see, but yeah, I mean, Eric's jumped in. Welcome to the live chat, Eric. And I got a couple of the patrons in here now. Got Gabe and Eric for sure. Appreciate you stopping by and hanging out. Let's see who else has joined. Lulu has jumped in. Talking about a dance. Okay. Let's see here. What we got going on right here. Somebody tagged me in something on the Twitters. Let's see. Paul Dessou. Any love for One Eyed Doll here? I don't know One Eyed Doll, so maybe. I don't know though. What is he watching? Be critical without putting constructive criticism. Yeah, a second. I'm reading a tweet real quick, so let me read a tweet from one of my patrons that's talking about some jazz going out in the world. So let me see what we're talking about here. Okay. Sorry, just had to check out what was going on over on that. Now, I guess I can close that chat from the last live since that crashed down on us. Let's see. Get everything situated again. Where are we at? Let's see. Let's see. Redneck said great vocals. Absolutely great vocals. Eric just came in after the problem. Yeah, I don't know what happened. We had a really good live stream session going on, and if you missed that, if you missed that stream, definitely check it out. We hit a couple of vocals here from hell, and then we also caught a couple of demos from Atlantic Avenue, which is a group signed to Orchard. We actually had their bassist and my friend in the live chat, kind of talking us through. We hit a couple of their demos. So if you're into kind of the sound of that, definitely make sure you hit up that recording from the first part of the live stream. It went really well. Let's see, jazz, no thanks. No, we haven't hit up any jazz. Now I love jazz though. Come on now, Alan, you gotta show some love to some jazz. Let's see, us not skies. Oh, definitely give us more music. Your vocals are mature and soothing. I agree. Alan says, did you see that Dallas comeback last week? We were talking about that Dallas comeback last week earlier, actually. Fisherman Gabe, you calling out Orchard is probably what girl? Yeah, they probably came. They in all sincerity, like if you look through my channel's copyright claims, not all the copyright claims. I've of course got a lot of dealings with UMG because it's impossible to run this kind of channel without having UMG come and be a thorn in your side. But Sony Orchard Music Group, like they come for me within minutes, and even I guess they must have said, oh, we got beef, well, I'm gonna take you down. So we'll know right now. We will know right now for sure if they've got beef, because we brought it back up, and I'm gonna keep saying it. Y'all are aware, I've got a friend signed to Sony Orchard Music Group. I'm still not a fan of that record label. Like, how you gonna take down all my stuff? Like, at least demonetize it and leave it up. Don't block it. Like, there's no benefit to blocking it, because at least if you demonetize it for me, you can still get ad revenue as an artist. You can put up that copyright claim, take ad revenue, and let me keep the video up. But they don't even do that. They block my videos outright. So I mean, I'll get it. Exactly. I don't know, man. I don't know. Question, curious for you guys, just genuinely curious. Has everybody like entered into the coldest giveaway? I don't. To my knowledge, I don't benefit from you guys entering into the coldest giveaway, but these are some awesome products. I know that most of you guys have probably picked up that the channel got a sponsor, and I really enjoy this sponsor because the sponsor doesn't want me to, plug them all the time. They don't even want me to be mentioning it like during lives or anything, but I'm going to talk about this for a minute because it's a new development on the channel. But we did finally get a sponsor. They're an awesome sponsor. If you guys haven't entered yourself into the coldest giveaway, I promise. Like now the shopping link, if you guys click on the shopping link, that is an affiliate link. If you end up buying something through the affiliate link, I do get a commission from that. But the coldest giveaway, to my knowledge, and this is sincere, me being forthright, forthcoming, upright, all that. To my knowledge, I do not benefit in any way from you entering yourself into the coldest giveaway, so I'm not trying to trick you into doing that. But if you haven't already, definitely at least put your email address in there and take a chance to win some of this stuff, because I'm not kidding when I say these products are like super fantastic. There's a built-in straw with it. I mean, like it's like double walled, whatever. Like, it keeps your stuff cold for so long. And it's got like the coolest little straw nozzle that I've ever had. And like, so since this is not a sponsored video or anything, and I hope I don't get attacked for this or anything, but like, I hate Yetis and stuff like that. Like, I don't enjoy, because the lid, like if you drop them, the lid on a Yeti or something is still gonna pop off and spill everywhere. So there's almost no point in having it. Now these do exactly the same thing, and they got like this little rubber band right here that like makes it easier to grip and stuff. And this, I want to say this is like their 32 ounce bottle, and I mean, it's just shaped perfectly. So I mean, yes, this is the coolest nozzle that I've ever wrapped my lips around. Um, let's see. Amy, do you like that Scooter Ward with Breaking Benjamin song? Like the look of the bottle? Is it really good? Yeah, and like I said, I mean, you know, to a certain extent, I have to plug their content every now and then because they do sponsor some of the videos. But like, this is fantastic. Let's see. The only question I have for that, if I take it fishing, was sometimes me being out in the heat and sun. Will the ice last as long as it says? So I've added. No, I don't have vodka in here, but I have added. I did an outdoor wedding the other day, and I kept this thing out, and it stayed. The ice stayed in it. Now I can't say for sure about while you're being out. While you're being out fishing in the heat and stuff. But what I can say is if you drop it into the lake or whatever, these actually float in water too. So they will float in pools and the ocean and all that. So if you were to drop it, you'll at least not lose it. But I am assuming that it would last that long in really good, really good situation. I love Fresca. Listen, what? Okay, hang on. Let me go through. Let me go through the rest of these comments here. Amy, do you like the Scooter Award? Let me ask you guys real quick, because Chris, Amy, one of you guys might be able to tell me what I'm looking at here. But, why has Breaking Benjamin been uploading like all these different videos lately? Because I've been seeing like 30, like all their old songs have been re-uploaded. Music videos have been re-uploaded the last few days. Are they new versions of them? Because I love Breaking Benjamin, and if they've got like new versions of their songs coming out, I want to check them out. Let's see. Question. Let's see, we already talked about that one. Breaking Benjamin. Breaking Benjamin, what song are you talking about? Alan says it has Fresca in it. So that was the one that sidetracked me a minute ago. With Fresca, does Fresca get made anymore? Because I haven't seen it since I was a little kid. So when I was younger, my uncle, he ran a body shop. He had like a little garage, you know, where he painted cars, and he had a body shop, and they always sold Fresca in their fridge. And like the coolest thing for me was being able to go over there and grab, you know, a Fresca every time we went in, and I still had to pay. So I mean, you know, family love, all that, but getting to grab a Fresca out of their fridge when we would go over there, and I have not seen Fresca probably in like 20 years. Like, is it still a thing? Let's see. New 2020 album with Scooter from Cold on a track. Oh, Gabe should be excited about that. Gabe, you see that comment right there? There's a new 2020 album with Scooter from Cold on. Well, maybe if I read on down the chat, you probably already been telling me about that. Let's see. I can't name a Breaking Bad song. I might recognize one if I. You know Breaking Bad if you've listened to them. There's no way that you've existed for the past 10 years and not heard one of their songs, because their music has been put on like almost everything everywhere. I'm trying to think of. Put me on the spot. I'm trying to think of one of their more popular songs. I can't even. I've got like 30 songs stuck in my head, and it doesn't help that I'm hearing this playing in my head. Hang on. What song am I thinking of right now? Oh my god. I'm not thinking of You're So Cold, but I'm thinking of another one. Yeah, I'm not thinking about Cold though. I'm thinking of a different one, because well, Cold is likely one that you might know as well, but that's not the one that's on my mind. Let's see. You gotta get the one with Scooter Ward on here. It's a new song he released. Okay, definitely. I'm definitely interested in that, because like I said, I love. Yes, Diary of Jane. That is the one that I've been trying to think of. I'm almost positive that you've heard Diary of Jane, Alan. Let me see. Let me see. Gotta get the one with Scooter Ward on here. Yes. Fresca is definitely made by Coke, I think, And isn't it diet? It may be diet. I don't know, but it has a fantastically fizzy citrus taste, and I always loved it. At least when I was younger, but I also like when I was a weird kid because I like Diet Right. I don't know if you guys have ever had Diet Right. They have like a white grape Diet Right, and my grandma, that was like all she would buy at her house, and so I always got super pumped about being able to go over and steal one of her Diet Rights. Let's see. But let's see. First new music from Scooter since 2003 is listed as the top 100 metal vocalist. Well, that's awesome. Let's see. Diary of Jane, yes, was what I was talking about for the record. Dallas at Seattle. Like, I don't want to embarrass myself by trying to sing exactly what I'm talking about right here. But you would. I'm confident that you would know Diary of Jane if you heard it. Let's see. Thanks, Chris. I truly love Golden. I love you now. Let's see. Oh yeah, that one too. The Coca-Cola Company claims it has not discontinued Fresca, despite the fact that since the COVID-19 outbreak, an inquiring Chicago journalist has not been able to find it. Conspiracy. Where does this fit into Pizzagate is my question. Oh god, we're gonna get the stream taken down again. First time I heard Breaking Bad was when I was 7 or 8 playing WWE Day of Reckoning, Polyamorous, and Firefly. Hey, Day of Reckoning was fantastic. I recently played Day of Reckoning, I believe. No. We didn't play Day of Reckoning. We played the WrestleMania 2000 for the Nintendo 64, me and my friend. Actually, he was in here earlier. I don't think he's in here now. But we played that one together not too long ago on his Nintendo 64, and it was good times were had by all. Let's see. Google it. Sing it. I will not sing it. Scooter has an acoustic song with Aaron Lewis of Stained. I need to dig in a little bit more. I really enjoyed what I heard from Cold. Let's see. Don't talk about that food and fencing together. Tab was best. Alright. I'm gonna catch up on some comments for a minute till we find another solid awesome topic to discuss together. Talking about the Reckoning. What have you done a reaction to Within Temptation the Reckoning? I've never even heard of Within Temptation, so I'm going to say no on that, but I will throw it on my list of things to react to. Listen, this list is growing crazy. Y'all keep hooking me up during these live conversations. But like YouTube's new algorithm, where it really attacks me for like posting more than 3 videos in 24 hours. Like, it is so hard for me to get through all the suggestions that I want to get through lately. Because used to, I mean, if you guys remember, like, early on the channel, like, I was down to drop, like, 8 videos on a Monday and then 6 on Friday and stuff like that. And, like, that was my grind for a while. That's why we have so many videos on the channel in such a short time. But, like, it's just so hard for me to right now. Because it's not even like a day. It's not like 3 videos a day and you're good. It's like within a 24-hour rolling window, YouTube will only send like 3 notifications for me to check out like new stuff. And so, you know, like and I know that there are people who will watch the stuff if I upload more, but the problem that we run into is like, you know, with like 50 videos or something, if I could just wait until I could send out a notification, I know that I would get more views on these videos. And so, like, I want more people to see the videos, just because, like, that's the point of the channel. Let's see. Let me check out this chat. Ra12 says hi from Indonesia. Hello back from Kentucky. Thanks for joining this live stream. Highly Combustible is finally with us. Thought he had missed it. You did not. You are right here on time in the place to be, and I appreciate you joining us. Chris Sweeney says Motionless in White, Eternally Yours, Visualizer, Video. Adding that one to the list. Well, I'm adding that one to the list right now. Let's see. My phone is blowing up, man. Everybody's trying to play League of Legends and stuff like that. I don't know. Y'all probably don't want to watch me play League of Legends, so I'll stick off of that. See, Alan checked out Diary of Jane. Never heard it, but his voice does sound sort of familiar. But rocking those times, all had that vocal style that turned me off. I call it whiny. I do enjoy especially Diary of Jane, but I like Breaking Benjamin. I mean, you know, I mean, I can definitely see where the whiny comment would come from, but I don't personally hate it. Let's see. We've got Love to Indonesia. Hey, if you have time, can you explain the algorithm a little? How can we help out with that? I don't know if you watched that one frustration release video, but how can our requests help? So I don't know what you mean by a frustration video, but yeah, I'll talk about that. Let me read through these right here, but I'll definitely talk about what's going on with the algorithm. Love to Indonesia. Absolutely love to Indonesia. Never knew there were notification limits on YouTube. So there are. There did not used to be, but there are now. And I've taken a hit because of it. So, and do you play Fortnite or Brawl Stars? I don't play either of those. Right now, the main things that I'm playing are Halo and League of Legends. I've always played League of Legends though, but Halo and League of Legends are my main plays. We can watch that. We may. I mean, if we decide if we decide to play some in a little bit, I'm not opposed to it. I've streamed it on here before. I will tell you guys, I'm nowhere near like a pro quality or anything like that. But I do enjoy the game, so I mean, I'm not gonna not play something that I enjoy. Alan says, no offense meant. Like what you like. Yeah, no, and no offense taken. I mean, I'm not upset at all. You know, I mean, if you don't like it, you don't like it. You know, we've had situations where, you know, songs that have been suggested to me I haven't liked, even by, you know, really dedicated subscribers, patrons, all that stuff. So I mean, you know, I'm never going to be the person who gets mad because you don't like something that I enjoy or whatever. Never forget, MGK fans, you know, on the channel. I love MGK. MGK has been one of my most reacted to artists on the channel. Never forget, my very first MGK reaction has a 39.1% positive response rate in terms of likes and dislikes, because I did not like his cover of Misery Business. But you know, that's the thing. I mean, I like MGK, and you know, I'm never gonna silence somebody. I'm not gonna do like a lot of reaction channels and turn off the visibility on the likes and dislikes or on the comments or anything just because people got upset at it. Like, I didn't like the song, they liked the song. And so, I mean, you know, I tried to be nice and constructive about it. And you know, I maintain that I typically am when I don't like something. Now, I will say, probably the worst response that I've gotten to a reaction that I've given that was negative was the NBA Youngboy track that I checked out, The Sticks With Me. I did not enjoy that song. I still don't enjoy that song. It has 34 dislikes, 14 likes, out of 335 views. But I mean, if you guys listen to this song, you probably understand where I'm coming from, because, you know, me personally, I do not. It's very auto-tuned, and as a matter of fact, there was a song that came out the other day. I can't remember what the name of the song is now. But it's by that Kid Leroy or something like that, somebody like that. I hadn't heard him before, and I saw that he was trending, and so I wanted to check out a reaction this past Monday. I recorded the reaction to his song, I listened to it, and I just don't enjoy when you are auto-tuning the entire song. You know, as a rapper or a hip-hop artist, whatever the case may be, I don't typically enjoy when you have that many effects, that much processing on your song, and that's what you're really driving off of. Now, I don't mind it so much with like Lil Peep or something like that, because I don't feel like Lil Peep's trying to be a rapper. I feel like Lil Peep's trying to just kind of make melodic music, and if that's what you're doing, that's fine. But you're not really rapping at that point, you know what I mean? Alright, let me catch up, because I took off at the Fortnite, and I kind of went on my tangent about videos that people dislike. Let's see. Try watching him escape from a prison. Who's? Oh yeah, no. Alan did watch me escape from a prison. Okay, we played that gaming session, and we still haven't came back to that game. I really want to come back and stream some more of that game because I think that game is fantastic. I think it was fun, and we were supposed to play through and finish the whole song. Oh, somebody just tagged me on Twitter. I appreciate that. But like the game was fun. Okay, I don't know if you enjoyed watching that first gaming session, but the game was fun, and I want to play some more sessions of it because it's really puzzle based. If you guys haven't shoot, what's the game even called? You go back to my live sessions real quick and figure out what that game was called. A Way Out. A Way Out. That's what it is. That game is so fun, and I want to have another session with it for real. Let's see. I mind a lot when mostly floor fans. Let's see. So what song we were talking about? We were talking about Diary of Jane is the song that we were talking about. I mind a lot when floor fans crap all over Amy Lee in general. I understand if they don't like her singing, but to go from video to video, just yeah, man, I don't really understand that either. I've had a lot of people, especially too, like between Baby Metal fans and like Grace fans, or Grace and Angelina fans, or Baby Metal fans and Nightwish fans on my channel, like down in the comments on the other one's videos, like going at it with fans on the other side, and like, man, don't come to my channel like just to spread hate against artists. I'm checking out artists because I appreciate and enjoy their music. You know what I mean? Like, don't come in and just be super negative about another group just because they're not yours. Like, it's not a competition. You enjoy your thing. Let everybody else enjoy their thing, you know? But yeah, I mean, between Floor fans and Amy Lee fans, I really don't understand like that divide either. But well, hang on, let me get. Bro, you should check out some more Law Dispute. I need to check out more Law Dispute. I don't know a single band that does such a great job telling a story as Law Dispute does. So you're absolutely right. I need to hit up more Law Dispute. Kid Leroy is the Juice WRLD protege, and yeah, not my style either. I prefer clean vocals. See, the thing is, like, I recorded my reaction to that song, and I threw it back in my vault, you know, for things that I may upload later on if I can't make videos for a little while or something. I did that reaction though, and I just, you know, I can't be about that kind of thing, you know what I mean? Because like, don't I don't know. The song overall just doesn't sound great to me. Had a good time clowning on A Way Out. Yeah, man. Like, it was fun. Jacob says it was A Way Out. That is correct. My sound go off? Woo! Woo! Y'all still hear me? Tell me I'm not muted. Man, Gabe, you playing tricks on me? Telling me there ain't no sound going on here. Come on now. Also like Among Us. Yeah, Among Us is really, really popular. I've especially over the past week, I've been hearing some of that stuff. Putting someone down won't make the other artist better. My biggest problem with it is, like, it's not even that the artist is bad to begin with. There's just something going on. Like, just enjoy your thing. Like, both artists are talented. Maybe they appeal to different demographics and stuff like that. Both artists are talented. Like, just chill. You ain't got to down talk somebody else's thing just for the sake of getting yours on. You know what I mean? Especially, like, between Flora and Amy Lee. Like, I mean, they both have beautiful voices. They're both beautiful women. And, like, there is no situation. I mean, I guess, like, their looks are similar. And so maybe that draws somebody to want to make a comparison. Really, it's not even fair to make a comparison between the two because they're doing different things. You know what I mean? Like, it's not even that they have like similarities going on or anything, but you know, like Evanescence has this sound, and Amy Lee is singing this way. Floor is in a symphonic metal band with this sound, and she's singing, you know, differently. Like, it's completely different. Like, Nightwish will never cover Thoughtless from Korn. You know what I mean? Evanescence has that in their bag because they're in that more rock genre. They're in that more kind of rock style, and there's no reason to compare the two to each other. And I mean, even though they look similar, that's why I avoided that comparison from the very beginning. You know, I really don't understand that. Let's see. Where are we at? Why can't people enjoy their favorites without ragging on other people's favorites? Absolutely. Let's see. Ever hear any Motograder? Motograder sounds familiar. I can't think of a song I've heard by them, but yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. Let's see. Highly recommend First Reactions after falling through the ice or Hudson. Okay, I'll throw those out. I've got a few Law Dispute songs that I need to throw on my list. The only thing is, I mean, and this is where everything kind of goes. So I try to make sure that I'm uploading more content that people are showing up for a lot, and that is getting a lot of likes, and you know, people are subscribing to and stuff like that. And you know, so that's kind of where it's not that I don't enjoy certain things. That's where certain things fall through the cracks, though, and why it's like a long time before I'll react to Law Dispute again. Even though, you know, I personally really enjoy those, I do try really hard to make sure that the content that the channel is responding to the most is what we're trying to put up the most. Because at the end of the day, I want you guys deciding what we're reacting to. You know, it's like I said earlier, I'm not getting artists reaching out to me offering me $400 to do a reaction so I can ghost them. I'm not. Nor am I interested in artists reaching out to me offering me $400 for a video so I can ghost them. I'm lucky to have a sponsor that will let me put their content in any video that I upload without, you know, requesting it be a certain band or that I avoid certain topics. You know, I have a sponsor that gives me free reign on where I plug their content, and I appreciate that. That said, you know, there are no restrictions on this channel except, you know, what you guys are and are not showing up for. Let's see. If you've heard any Motograder, that's what I talked about. Highly recommend First Reactions after falling through the ice or Hudsonville. I'm throwing that whole line on my list because there will be more Law Dispute. I love Law Dispute 100%. And I will absolutely be covering more Law Dispute content on the channel. Gotta make a short Alpha Team. Just chill and enjoy. You gotta make a short. I gotta make a short. What? Short Alpha Team. Just chill and enjoy. You're gonna have to elaborate on that one for me, buddy. Singing styles are so different. They are. At the end of every video, have a saved message of you saying if you didn't like it, just chill. You know, I really should get that out there. Like, I get a lot of people, you know, people want to comment and say, don't pause so much. Or people want to comment and say, you know, whatever. The fact is, you will get the video saying, you pause too much. And then if you stop pausing as much, you'll get in the next video, it'll be like, why am I even watching a reaction if you're just going to listen to the song straight through? So there's no pleasing everybody, so that's why I just pause the videos kind of when I want to say something. We kind of roll with it, but I'm happy with the pace that we do our videos at. I don't really understand. You're never gonna make everybody happy. We've got 11,000 subscribers now. Like, there's no way I can make 11,000 people happy in every single video. Somebody's gonna be upset, and that's fine. You know what? You can still be subbed to the channel and dislike my videos every now and then. It's not unheard of. Like, I'm completely fine if you don't like this reaction, don't agree with what I say in this reaction. That's 100% fine. Dislike it, and we'll see where you stand on the next one. You don't have to, you know, move on and not be subscribed to the channel. Like, being subscribed to the channel, I'm not a cult leader. You don't have to love everything that I do. You're going to dislike something that I say at some point. You know what I mean? That's fine. Let's see. At the end of every video, I have a message. Yeah, absolutely though. I can't tell you how many times I've hated an artist's work the first listen, but later loved them. Man, I'm with you. I've done that several times. I'll tell you, it's like Rise Against. Okay, Rise Against is one of my favorite bands of all time, and every time Rise Against has ever come out with a new album, I've hated it the first time I listened through it, and then like a month later, it was on repeat in my car every single day, no matter what. So, I'm with you. Let's see. You gonna elaborate on that $400? Probably not. But like I really want to because there's so much follow up. I know in the Discord I sent to you guys. I sent you guys a couple of extra links there. I think last night maybe. But yeah, I mean that whole situation is dirty. We're not doing that on this channel. There will never be a time where we're doing this on this channel. I mean, if artists want to drop me some money to check out their songs, that's fine. But other than that, I kind of viewed the success on this channel by how many people are showing up, watching, subscribing. And so the ad revenue, if I'm doing a good job as a YouTube channel, the ad revenue is going to come through. Of course, we got the patrons over on Patreon, and I appreciate all that support. And so, when I'm looking at, where do I want the income for this channel to come from? I do not want it to be artists paying me $400 to react to their songs. You know what I mean? Especially, and if it ever got to a point where I did accept money from an artist to react to their song, I'm not gonna ignore them. I'm not gonna not come through with it. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Like, it just the community I want the community to be with you guys. I like the artist involvement. I like that Upchurch jumps in the comments every now and then. I appreciate Tom stopping by with that comment yesterday. I appreciate every time an artist want to give props. I mean, we checked out Florida Dolph for the first time the other day, and I mean, not only did he get in the comments and talk about it, but he he posted this thing on Facebook shouting out the reaction and everything and telling people to come, and I appreciate things like that. And 100% I'm going to check out more of his content because of that, because that was awesome of him. I enjoy his music. I appreciate the support on that. It's just like like Mises is involved with all the reactions that I do to his tracks. Like I said, Florida Dolph shared that stuff out there. Big Buzz, if you guys have watched my Big Buzz reactions, like Big Buzz, his girlfriend added me on Instagram and shouted me out. She put me in her live, and like she was telling me one day, how much Buzz appreciated me checking out his songs. And then Buzz was down in the comments talking to me about the reaction to his songs. Like, I appreciate 100% when the artists want to get involved like that, but I want the channel to be about you guys more than what artists are going to come by the channel, especially none of those guys have paid me to do reactions to their stuff, I do it because I enjoy their music. I enjoy what they're doing, and if they're going to show me love like that, like, I'm going to show them love and represent their content, But as far as who the $400 was about and all that situation, I'm not going to elaborate on that too much. If everybody knows, I mean, we may end up talking about it later because we know that we talk about some inappropriate topics sometimes during these chats. But I'm not, without provocation, I'm not going to go deeper into that. Sorry. Let's see. Got way behind. Baby Metal versus Bandmade rivalry stems from the comment from one of the Bandmade girls, I think, along the lines of at least we pay our own instruments. That's silly, man. Like, come on, you guys are doing different types of things. There shouldn't be any kind of beef between you guys, especially in that regard. Bandmade and Baby Metal are two different types of bands. They shouldn't have that kind of dissent going on. And I enjoy them both. Honestly, if you listen to them both, you can probably enjoy both of them. Let's see. Nightwish did do a cover of Symphony of Destruction by Megadeth. Oh, really? That's awesome. I did not know that. So I haven't checked out any Nightwish covers. I think maybe we need to check out. Is that the only thing that they've covered, or have they covered anything else? Welcome back, Revu. So Gabe says the message was the short part elaborated. Topping to talk isn't Easy for me. Okay. Let's see. I got you. I got you. Let's see where you're going at. Let's see. That's the point of reactions. If you want to listen to the song without pauses, watch the music video instead of reaction. I can't tell you how many times I've left that exact comment in response to somebody who tells me that I pause too much. Just because it's frustrating. It's like, where the music video is. I mean, just go watch it if you don't want to hear my commentary. I'm doing this under the assumption you've already heard the song, and so I mean, we're here at this point to have a conversation about the song. You know what I mean? I didn't like Loud Dispute the first time I heard them, but now I love all their music. I actually really enjoyed them the first time I heard them, and I still really enjoy their music actually. Let's see, pausing the video to give commentary is a point. Absolutely, forever agrees. Rise Against in music helped me grow with my mom's teachings being reinforced. I understand your love for them because they, to me, are a class act band and great. Yeah, they're fantastic. I mean, they're fantastic. Their music is just amazing, and honestly, they're genuinely good people. Like I don't want to get back into a political discussion like we did last time, but I will say, I think everybody knows I don't particularly agree with most of their politics. But they are genuinely good people in a lot of the causes. Name another band. It's like when the video came out for "Make It Stop," the September Children. I can't remember the name of the song right now. It's off of Endgame though, or is it off of Endgame? Shoot, the songs "Make It Stop." You guys probably know what I'm talking about, but I watched the music video and I got to the end of it, and they had a link. They had the link out to a charity, to help, teens who were LGBT teens and stuff who had been bullied as a result of X, Y, and Z. And name another band. Well, I won't say name another band because there are other bands doing similar things. What I will say is, once you're at that level, once you're selling out stadiums and all that stuff, check. Yeah, my mic volume turned down a little bit. Give me just a second. Let's see if I can fix. Let's see. Is that sounding any better? Is that boosting it up a little bit? Normally I wouldn't make edits to my volume without double checking them, but does that sound any better, Eric and Hell? Like, is it a lot better, or now do we need to turn it down some? Or do we still need to turn it up some more? Slightly better. I'm getting a mixture of responses. Getting slightly better and a bit better, and then it's good now. We'll turn it up a little bit more just to be safe. I don't want to go too much higher because if I go too much higher, it's going to start clipping. Part of it, part of the issue that I run into with this microphone, you guys can't see it, but my computer is right here. Let me know if that sounds better, cranking it up a little bit louder. my computer is right here, and so the fans in my computer. I have a really nice computer that I built myself, but one of the things that I kind of skipped on, because I use liquid cooling in my computer, but you also have to have like some fans in there still. You can't really negate, you know, needing the fans in there. But I've never been able to justify spending a lot of money on fans, especially when I didn't have a YouTube channel at the time that I built this computer. I bought, you know, maybe some cheaper fans. Like, that was part of my build that I decided to save a little bit of money on. And as a result, you know, the fans are slightly louder. I don't hear them so well because I always have noise canceling headphones on. But I do have to always adjust my mic settings to kind of compensate for that. And so that's why the gain is turned down and the noise suppression is turned up. And so if you guys are having issues hearing me, you know, I can definitely tweak those, and I probably need to tweak those, honestly, because you know, I don't use like a studio mic for my videos or anything. I use the same mic that I'm using right now. But does that sound better to you guys? Because I can see, I can still turn it up a little bit. I can still turn it up a little bit more if we need to. I can either raise the gain or limit the noise suppression. But let me know if you guys can hear me well right now. I spilled all over myself. I don't know if you guys noticed that. Let's see here. Now let me scroll back up and catch, because I missed a few things when we got off on that piece right there. So let me check this out. They did do a Megadeth cover. Okay, I definitely want to check out some Nightwish covers. I think they could do some awesome things with songs. But we're talking about Loud Dispute. Didn't like them. I did. I really enjoyed them the first time. I've enjoyed them every single time, actually. Rise Against Music helped me grow with my mom's teachings being reinforced. Yeah, but that was what I was really going into. Is I just think that they're all genuinely good people. I think that is something, you know, even in the world today. Let's see, because I don't want you to have to crank your volume all the way up. Let me see. I'm gonna do this again. Let me just. At least for the duration of this conversation, actually, let me just turn the gain all the way up. Well, not all the way up. All the way up would be bad, but... No, that's pulling too much for my fan now. But we'll put it right at 0. And we'll pull it a little bit closer just to make sure. Alrighty, that should, yeah. I'm going into some pretty high, territory when I look at the mix now for the audio. So I'm guessing that probably sounds a lot better. There's a gnat that is driving me insane right now. I can't catch it. I think that should sound pretty well. But anyway, I'm behind on these comments. Let me see. Yeah. Good Lord. Come on, man. Let's see. Rise Against Music. Okay, I've read that one 3 times now. I didn't like Grace on AGT 2. Years later, I can't live without her. Yeah, I mean, and a lot of times the music changes, for sure. Let's see. So what was your motivation to go with the Civil War beard? Wife not like the whiskers poking her face. Actually, you know, my wife is fully supportive of any facial hair choices that I make. I hate having a mustache. Especially when a mustache gets longer, it starts going up my nose. And so I don't like, there have been reaction videos because I always do my first, my one take reaction, and I don't want to re-record and pretend it's my first time hearing something or something. So there have been reaction videos where, I go back and watch it, and I'm just the whole thing, like tugging at my nose, trying to like trying to push my mustache out of my nose because it drives me insane, man. Like, it starts going up there and I can't stand it. I hate having a mustache. So about a week ago, and so every time I do a wedding, I try to kind of, take some kind of new appearance or something going into it. And so about a week ago, I was like, okay, I have a wedding coming up this weekend. Are we keeping the mustache or not? And I asked her, and she did tell me, she's like, maybe ditch the mustache for this one. Like, you've had a mustache for your last couple. She's like, maybe we just ditch the mustache this weekend. Just rock the beard, which is fine because this is kind of my preferable way to roll. Shave it up underneath, and then roll with kind of a very long chin strap / Amish style beard, just because it's my personal preference. But I to each his own. But yeah, to an extent, I guess she didn't like the whiskers on her face because she definitely was not opposed to the mustache leaving us. But according to her, she was fine with whatever I chose to do. So I don't know, maybe. Let's see. And you have me commenting all the time. Well, I appreciate all of your support, hell, for real. Let's see. Highly Combustible says, it is hard to find artists that actually care about their fans anymore or ever. So when you find the ones that actually do, you got to rep them 100%. They also did a cover of High Hopes by Pink Floyd. Yeah, you guys mentioned that to me on the last one. That's at the top of my list still for new reactions, but it's definitely, it's definitely tough for me to keep up on new reactions right now. With YouTube kind of pushing that agenda that I can't really do more than 3 videos a day, which we still have to talk about because you guys asked me to talk about the algorithm for a minute, and we'll get back to that for sure. I just want to make sure I'm catching up on everything right here. Both really good bands. Showed my kids Wagaki Band, and they were instantly jamming it. Wagaki Band is fantastic, 100%. Don't know if it's just me. That's where we start talking about this. Likes us listening closely on the lives. I didn't even catch that, man. Yeah, let's see. Likes listen to us closely. Likes us listening closely on the lives. Sam Eric, yes. Yes, better. Don't turn it down. Better. Let's see. Turn it up. Let's see. So now you're saying it on live for Sierra to hear, but now it's just. I do need tower dampers for sure. Want to build your own for years? Hey, definitely just let me know if you need some help building your computer or anything like that. Like, I'm a big fan of custom built computers, just because number one, they're going to be what you actually want, and you can choose where you budget rather than buying this pre-built computer out here that's going to cost X amount of money, but they're really only going to focus on one component. So you'll either get a nice processor or you'll get a lot of RAM, but you will never get a decent computer. You know what I mean? Let's see here. Hear you well with my volume all the way up. My opinion, if a person don't like reactions, do what I do and click out. Exactly, man. Like I said, you can bounce out for sure. Facial hair always catches too much of my food, but I'm too lazy to shave it. Mine catches a lot of food too, but I don't like how my face looks without a beard at all. May I ask, when will you do the reaction to Fauzia? I do not know. It won't be too long. So if you guys don't know, my number one, what I always prioritize the most, patron requests are number one. It will be at least within the next day or two when one of my patrons gives me a request. But patron requests are my top priority. After that, I have a list, and we usually go through the list. But before I go to the list, and how I rank the list is suggestions that I get from this automatically will trump, you know, the rest of the list, just because I appreciate everybody hanging out with me during the live chat. And so, you know, whatever we're talking about, whatever everybody's thinking sounds really good, usually that's what in the next couple of days I'll be checking out, especially if it's a first time reaction. But you know, we're also getting a lot of requests like that, and we'll talk in a minute about, you know, the three video deal. But you know, I've been trying to kind of limit myself to 3 videos, with the exception of yesterday. I just went crazy yesterday. Let's see. May I ask when you will? Oh, that's the one I just read. Hi, AlphaTyler. Just wondering, do you have Baby Metal and Wagaki Band scheduled for next week? Hardened Crater. Yeah, I plan on hitting at least one of those next week. I definitely need to do a Baby Metal reaction, because it's been about a week and a half since I've hit Baby Metal, so it's definitely in my plans. Astrid Ross, welcome to the chat. I personally like your beard. 100% appreciate that. I think the beard is fantastic. Let's see, Penta, what up? Welcome again. Another one of the patrons in the chat. Welcome. Musty Tyler, Best Tyler. I don't know. I mean, I ain't musty now. Come on now. I was wondering when I saw the first video after Musty leaving. Glad I showed you Wagaki Band. I'm glad you showed me Wagaki Band as well. Point your viewers to your channel to not miss unnotified posts. Yep. And that's really the only way around it, 100%. With the way that notifications and the algorithm have been going on lately, 100%, like, the best way is just, I mean, but you know, it's asking a lot for me to say, hey, come check out my main page every day to make sure you don't miss anything, because, you know, I don't know that people are going to want to go all the way to my page every day. Now, I do that. Especially with content creators that I really enjoy, I will go to their page every day and see, hey, what are you guys coming up with? But you know, I don't want to assume that people want to come to my page every day to see what's going on. But that is the safest way, especially because I would like. I mean, there are days. You know, yesterday I just kept uploading when I wanted to. But there are days, like, I used to hit like 8 reactions on a Monday. And there are days when I still want to. Now, that's a very tiring day for me. But there are still days when I want to hit 8 reactions on a Monday. And I want YouTube to notify my subscribers when I do. You know what I mean? Like, it's just frustrating. Let's see. Let's see. What's up? What up, Andrew Brooks? Welcome to the chat. Men catch food with beard. We catch food. You're not wrong. That is a very fair comparison. I get food in my beard all the time. I don't know if you have the equivalent issue on your side of that, but food is in my beard nonstop. Hell. Let's see. Astrid, thank you. I'm completely new. Stumbled over you yesterday and really enjoy your content so far. Well, I'm glad. Welcome to the Alpha team. Because 100%, I mean, we like seeing that new people are coming out. And you know, we try to keep it relevant. We try to keep it based on what the community is looking for. So, definitely glad you found us yesterday. Listen to Awadama Fever by Baby Metal. So few reactors have done that one. Absolutely, I'll throw that on the list for. We'll probably hit up Baby Metal on Monday. If I had to guess, the next time we'll be catching Baby Metal will be Monday. I had wanted to do them yesterday, but I was literally at a point where I had to decide if I was gonna do Baby Metal or Nightwish. And I kind of felt bad because my past few Nightwish reactions have been with their original singer. And so I wanted to make sure that we did, you know, a more recent song in that Friday drop for sure. There could be people with too many subs. People could have too many subscribers. That may be the issue. I don't know if at a point it starts recommending certain kinds or only certain reactors, or I don't really know how that part of the algorithm works. Let the viewers know you can't notify them for all your posts. I mean, that would work if I felt like more people looked at my posts. But I feel like my community posts really, you know, they get a few views. I mean, they get, like 30 to 50, 60 likes or something like that. I mean, the vast majority of my subscribers, I don't feel like are checking out the community tab very often to see what I am posting. And for some reason, like, nobody's on Twitter. I would post more reactions over on Twitter, like links to my reactions on Twitter, if more people were actually engaged with me on Twitter. But it's only a few people that really want to engage on Twitter with me. Let's see. You should record the ones you want and then drop some early morning. Keep people on the channel all the time. Really, maybe, and that's one thing that Sierra's kind of talked to me about that I should probably do, is maybe pre-record for the next day, and so make sure that I'm pre-recording for the next day, and then just set those to drop throughout the day. The only thing I don't like about that is sometimes, like say it's on a Friday and Jelly Roll drops a song, Tom McDonald drops a new song, and then somebody else drops a new song. That takes up the 3 videos that I'm going to drop for that day. And if I've got them pre-recorded, then they're already pushed through, and it's not like 100%, live. Let's see. But, I think maybe that might need to be the case where we do start going above 3. I think that's probably kind of how it needs to play out, because I agree. I think one of the better things that I should start doing is uploading earlier throughout the day, because I noticed that a lot of my traffic comes through a little bit earlier on in the days. Let's see. Go to your channel to see content, because screw the bell. No offense to y'all's bells, but mine never works. Yeah. I mean, I feel that, and you're not alone, because there's a ton of people who are not getting notifications here. Awame Fever is a trip with a mint flavored machine. Awame Fever is dope. Well, I'm gonna be checking that one out soon. Instagram is where it's at. Hey, I've got Instagram too. Y'all can hit me up on Instagram or Twitter. I only mention Twitter because it's the most accessible for me, but hey, I'm down with either one. Just hit me up, whichever. It shows all your subs page, but if you have too many, it's hard to notice. Oh, that's true. That's fair. Premieres work pretty well. I do feel like a lot of people showed up for premieres, with the one exception being that MGK video that I set to a premiere last Friday. Like, nobody showed up. Like, each of the chats for Grace, there were people in the chats, in the live chat during the premiere chatting with me. For what was the other one that I did on a premiere? I can't remember now. But in that one, there were a lot of people down. Maybe it was up. Was it Upchurch? I can't remember now. But there were people down in the chat chatting with me on that one. There were people in the chat talking to me on Grace's. But then I premiered that MGK track, and like, nobody was in the chat talking to me. So I mean, even the premieres are hit or miss. Let's see. Awadama has a hard breakdown. Love it. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. And if you want to drop more, you can still get notifications. Sure. Use premieres for 4th or 5th. People will see those. Maybe that is the answer. Try to find a good link for it. How would I send it to you? If you want to send it to me, you can send it to me. The best way would be Twitter. Second best way would be Instagram. Alan, I'm replying to Alan with this, asking about how to send it to me. So definitely Instagram, Twitter. If you want to send it on Facebook, wherever you hit with that, or you can email me if you want to too. I mean, my email is for business inquiries, but if you don't have any social media, okay, Twitter works. Then it's at DJ AlphaTyler. Let's see, Gabe, you were faster. Wait, what? Hang on a second. Oh, okay. You guys are still talking about that Baby Metal song. Some call Baby Metal bubblegum pop after their first. What? Ottawa Fever in the second. Man, Baby Metal is not bubblegum pop. I really enjoy Baby Metal. I'm just saying. I think MGK blocking you has you on bad terms with his notification. It might, like, it's not been MGK that's blocked me. Like, he hasn't directly blocked me. It's something happened when he after he went to the VMAs, UMG started taking over his stuff and claiming his content and blocking a bunch of my videos. And so UMG was not involved with any of MGK's content before. I don't know what changed in that, but I really like that's where the issue has kind of come from, I think. You gonna react to Tyson's new song that dropped today? I probably will. After we wrap up the live stream, that'll probably be the only reaction that I do today, just because his dropped today, and I really appreciate Tyson, and I really want to make sure that I support him today. Used to subscribe to dozens of content providers. Had to cut down to my face. Same. Like, I've unsubscribed to a few. I've especially unsubscribed to one in the past few days that I just can't. Well, I haven't unsubscribed to him, but I've stopped promoting one in the past few days that I can't agree with certain practices. And you know, it's really sad because it's a content creator that I really appreciated in the past. Let's see. Okay, if you're on Twitter, yeah, just send it on over to me. We're all brainstorming, still learning the YouTube world. Same. Hello, Rose May. Welcome to the live chat. Copyright, I mean. Yep. All right, cool. Yep. So, we've got to pause. I'm actually caught up for comments for the first time in a minute. Let me talk to you guys now about what's going on kind of with the change and why I'm only doing 3 videos a day. Because I do feel like you guys deserve an answer on that, why that's the case, and what's exactly happening with it. Here's the problem. YouTube has kind of changed their algorithm up a little bit so that when we upload content, if we upload more than 3 videos in any 24-hour window for everybody, and that's myself and any other content creator, YouTube is only going to send notifications to subscribers for the first 3 videos that we upload. We don't get to, I mean, there is a way that we could pick, because when we upload a video, there's a box that you check that says either send notification to subscribers, or you can uncheck it not to send notifications to subscribers, which really wouldn't make much sense, you know what I mean? But I think maybe what we look at doing is like doing a premiere throughout the day every day, for maybe like pre-recording 3 videos every day, doing a premiere for all 3 of those for the following day, and then anything that's going to come out that is like a same day release or something like that, maybe then we just upload those and use our notifications for those. Maybe we'll give that a shot next week and see how that works, because I am curious what happens with that, because I really don't want to be confined. Like, there have been several times, you know, I've finished all my uploads, and then like Gabe will get on Patreon and send me a message saying, you know, hey, this is up, you know, why don't you check this out, or something like that. And, you know, I've got to pull everything up and record another reaction, but it's my 4th one in 24 hours. And so I do it, and it's this really awesome song that we're all hyped about, but there's no notifications going out, and so nobody shows up to see it. You know what I mean? Let's see. We're all brainstorming, still learning the YouTube world. But see, so there's an opposite side of that too with the premieres. Like, I feel like with a lot of the premiere stuff, I feel like people assume that if you run a premiere, you're just looking for people to tip you in the super chat. And I'm not just looking for super chat tips if I drop a premiere. You know what I mean? So that's kind of the issue to me, and kind of where I'm kind of iffy on which side of that I fall on. So I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Honestly think that'll work. 3 vids with a notification first, so whoever sees those vids will catch the scheduled premieres. Yeah. Could you schedule a song every 8 hours, or is not good because people would be asleep for one of the songs you said? That's probably not the best way. Maybe though. Maybe like if we did 8 a.m. If we did every 8 hours, it'd be 8 a.m., 4 p.m., and then midnight, right? So maybe, I mean, that may work. I mean, because we hit a pretty wide audience, and so maybe like Indonesian reactions would come around midnight my time, and so because those would be premiering, where the audience for those really is kind of around their time frame anyway. So I mean, we could definitely probably look at something like that. I think that would make a little bit more sense. Um, let's see. Let's see what we got right here. Honestly, think that'll work. 3 vids with notifications first, so whoever sees those vids will catch the scheduled premieres. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah. Let's see, schedule a song every. Maybe we should schedule a song every 3 hours though. I think that may work as well. I think we found that, and so maybe 3. We've definitely got a lot to think about on this, but I think you guys are right. Let's see. Sounds like a way for YouTube to throttle traffic to content creators. It's absolutely a way for YouTube to throttle traffic to content creators. That's really what it comes down to. Is you see all these guys like Jeremy at the quartering and all that. They're talking about how YouTube kind of stays on top of what you're saying, and they do. I mean, I don't know if you were watching when I was showing my look through certain videos, but I mean, even these videos that are monetized, of us going through and doing like when we were playing A Way Out, even these videos, if you guys caught that live stream, there wasn't really anything inappropriate, but I mean, even during those, that has limited monetization because of ad suitability and an age restriction thrown onto the content. Well, it's really hard to kind of break past that when YouTube does not want to promote any of your videos or some of your videos or whatever the case may be, just because there is a potential issue with either what they deem as offensive content, which I can promise you, that's the reason I don't drop F-bombs in any of my videos. It's the reason, I'm careful about what I say and what I will and will not talk about in depth, is because, I don't want YouTube to have a reason to say, okay, your channel's no longer good. Now, I don't mind what everybody else talks about, because at the end of the day, YouTube has the final authority, and there's no way that you can really fight it. Like, if they say that they're not going to promote a video, there's no forum for you to go through, no channel for you to go through to fight them not supporting your video. So it makes it a little bit different. Let's see. Sounds like, but yeah, yep. I agree. It is a way for them to throttle traffic to content creators, and honestly, it's a way for them to. It kind of kills a channel like this one. Like, if you guys are not like 100% behind me, which I know that you guys are behind me, but if you guys are not like actually going in, watching the videos, liking the videos, and making sure that you're subscribing and stuff like that, that actually boosts the algorithm, we fall further down, so that traffic goes to the larger ones that I won't say by name, let's see. Let's see. I don't think this channel is on that vibe. If you're doing it for the cash, I don't think premieres immediately mean donations. No, and I mean, they don't, but I do feel like some people think that they do, because on a normal upload, like if I just upload a video normally, you don't have the option to donate, versus on a premiere you do have the option, and on a reaction channel, I don't know, I don't know how people look at that. I just don't want it to seem like I'm only running a premiere. I felt super bad one night because there was a premiere for one of my videos that I didn't get a chance to be on, but Tyson James was in the comments during my premiere, and somebody did donate to the super chat that evening. And I'm like, I mean, I appreciate him hanging out in the chat and talking to people who came for the premiere and stuff. And so on the one hand, like, I like that, but I don't like that I wasn't there for the premiere. And especially if we went to an every 8-hour model, then I would have a really tough time making it to all the premieres, because I do still work through the week. Let's see what we got. Can you link unnotified posts at the ends of your vids? So I think at the end of the day, I think I have to do away with the channel model, though, if we start looking at these premieres and everything. Like, I have to do away with, like, the daily, saying, okay, we've got Mega Monday, all this, because, with new releases and everything, it may be a different schedule that we actually end up uploading videos on, which is fine. You know, I'm fine with that. But I just want to make sure everybody in the community is fine with that. I don't just want it to be me that's fine with that. Let's see here. Can you link your unnotified posts at the ends of your videos? It would be hard for me to do because YouTube doesn't actually tell me that they are unnotified. It just doesn't send out notifications for them. That would be a little bit different, or a little bit tougher for me to go. Let's see. Can you link unnotified? We're just being greedy. We want to catch you guys all day. Hey, you know, I mean, I want to be available all day. I would love for this channel to grow to the point that I could focus on it more than I do. Honestly, you know, I'm not gonna at 11,000 subscribers. I'm not gonna bank on that happening, but I would love to see an exponential growth on this channel, so that we could. I mean, we could do a live stream every day at that point. Let's see. But yeah, about linking the videos up, that would be tough for me. Let's see. Don't want to see that hustle in their channel. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, YouTube's really killing. Like I said, I mean, we had a point where we would do 8 reactions one day, and then later that week, like 2 or 3 times that week, we would be doing anywhere from 5 to 8 reactions. And so it's like, you know, why are you knocking down the hustle? YouTube is making money off my reactions too. Even if I'm not making money off of my reactions, YouTube is making something off of it. You know what I mean? Let's see. Let's see. We got some more chats there. Let's see. Sorry about that. Let's see. Don't want to see that hustle. Don't forget to like this live stream. 100% beat the algorithm. Like the live stream so everybody knows you enjoy it. At the start of your notified videos, let's see. Also, if you end up promoting the channel one song every 3 hours from, I don't know, midnight, 9 a.m. to midnight, 5 songs every 3 hours could be an interesting. See, I don't know though, but they're gonna knock. Oh, you said oops, wrong calculation. 9 o'clock, noon, 3 o'clock, 6, 9. No, those are right. Oh wait, yeah, that's not until midnight. You're right. Yeah, it'd be a 12-hour window there to get 5 videos up. But okay, let's see. Patreon is the way to go because YouTube takes a big chunk of money from the super chats. That's true. I mean, Patreon takes a commission too, but it is not nearly like with the super chats on YouTube. YouTube takes about half, well, close to half. They don't take fully half. I mean, you know, whatever the case may be, I'm telling you too. My processes on Patreon are a little bit better than the options on YouTube. Anyway, if you guys are interested in Patreon, by the way, do want to make sure that I plug this since it's coming up. By no means feel compelled to go over to Patreon, but if you are interested in becoming a subscriber, payments are always taken out on Patreon at the beginning of the month. So the next round of payments will be taken out at the end of next week. So if you guys want to be October patrons, make sure that you hit that up sometime in the next few days. Let's see. The moment you start doing reactions for donations is when you seem like it's for the money. Do a great job of getting requests. Yeah, and I'm not doing reactions for donations. Honestly, any donations that come like through super chats or whatever, I mean, those are appreciated, but they are not going to be asked for. I'm not going to beg for them. I'm not going to beg anybody to go over to Patreon. I enjoy the community that we have on Patreon. I appreciate everybody who subscribes over there and supports the channel that way, but you know, I'm not gonna send people over there. I'm not gonna make you feel like you're excluded from this community, you know, because you're not on Patreon. Don't. Like, if you don't want to support it, if you don't have the extra money to support it, don't go to Patreon. You're still welcome in the live streams. We're still gonna chat. I'm still gonna look at your suggestions for songs. Still gonna reply when you have a comment that you know needs a response and all that. So, you know, go over there if you want to, but don't feel compelled. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. The moment you start, that's what we talked about, Alan. Yeah, I saw that you sent me a message on Twitter. That is my Twitter. Um, so I'll respond to you once we wrap up here. But yeah, I do see that you found me. Let's see. Oh yeah, six. And you're right. You're right. Hell, it would be 6 songs if you do it from 9 a.m. to midnight. See, I don't know though. I don't know that. I don't know that we could sustain that. I may need to for a little while just to kind of whittle this list down. Let's see, Astrid. One thing I was really surprised is the amount of vids per day. I even commented that you're insane. Do you have any free time? No. So I work my 9 to 5 through the week. Well, I mean that's not really my schedule. My schedule kind of varies day to day. But I do have my day job, which is my primary method of paying my bills. I'm also a DJ on the weekends. I do some freelance writing for about 5 different websites. You can find all those links in the About section on my YouTube page. Now, I haven't been doing a ton of freelance writing lately, but so I'm a DJ. I do freelance writing. I do have my normal job, and then I have this. So I mean, in terms of free time, also I have a 2-year-old and an actual healthy marriage, and so I mean, my free time is extremely limited. Um, but I prefer it that way. I want to be doing something productive. I don't want to be like spending my time just kind of twiddling thumbs and stuff like that. I enjoy playing games. But yeah, let's see. Oh, Gabe already got me. He does vids at the end of the day on some reactions when he's yawning but loving it. I can see the grind of his day and know it was a longer day that day. Yeah, man, facts. So usually it's after work. Well, not usually. It's always after work. Sometimes I'll record a video or two before I go to work and wait to upload it later. But I usually upload after I'm done at work, and then after I've had dinner with my wife and my daughter and spent some time with them, and everything. So 9 times out of 10, except for very rare occasions, um, usually I am recording all my videos literally as the last thing that I do before bed. I'll record and then I'll edit. But it helps that I only sleep probably about 5 hours a night, 3 to 5. Because I usually go to bed at around 1 or 2 in the morning, and then I get up for work around 5 or 6 to be ready for work at 7 in the morning, and then I'm usually done with work. I'm done with work around like 4 or 5 in the afternoon, but I'm not done with work until much later than that most days. Then, like I said, I'll spend some time with my wife and daughter. We'll have dinner, and maybe watch an episode of a show together or something like that. I don't do a lot of TV though, stuff like that. So, it just I like to get on that grind. You know what I mean? I like to be productive as often as I can. Um, Redneck doesn't do Twitter. That's cool, man. You got me on Instagram. You can hit me up on Instagram anytime. Astrid, imagine need to watch more of the videos. Absolutely, dig into all that content. We got a ton of stuff too. I believe you like Swollen Members, and I know we've got a couple of playlists that I think are right up your alley. So definitely hit those up. Catch whatever you want, whatever you haven't, because I try to keep playlists for things that we come back to a lot. Those got away from me for a while, but I've updated a few of those recently. Let's see. Hell asked, there's no option on Patreon to get a paid reaction? What do you mean by that? A paid reaction? Let's see. Gabe says, Super Chat donation, from what I hear, takes a lot out for their cut. They do. I'm really not sure what they take from the Super Chat. I mean, it's a pretty decent chunk. I mean, it's still good. I mean, it still comes in. I'm not complaining about receiving Super Chats. I'm just saying, they do take a pretty big chunk out of it. Let's see. The James says, on a side note, I fell down another late night YouTube rabbit hole where there was a compilation videos of reactors reacting to seeing the baby metal in the music video for CMFT Must Be Stopped. I spotted you. Yeah, I've seen that video. That video is fantastic. Okay, that was I think that's where a lot of my baby metal subscribers actually came to the channel from, because a lot of people were laughing. I genuinely, at that point, I had heard baby metal one time and I'd watched Gimme Chocolate one time, and it was a friend of mine at work that had suggested them to me. And like coming into this, when I was watching that, because obviously I love Corey Taylor, I like Stone Sour, I like Slipknot, and so I know Corey Taylor, and I was really interested by all those little cameos that were being made through there, and when I saw them pop up, I knew who they were, and I didn't even remember their name, and I didn't realize that was going to blow up as much as it did. But apparently, lots of people really thought it was hilarious, and that's great. Alan says, "I truly believe in sleep when you're dead mantra." Absolutely, 100%. Astrid, wow, how do you do that? I got a normal job, a 6-year-old, and I think that's too much to handle already. Listen, it's you gotta be on that grind. Penta, hey, yeah, Penta found me through that CMFT reaction. Okay, let's see. James, seen him draw a blank on baby metal, then imitating Gimme Chocolate. Have me rolling. Listen, I've been clowned on so much in so many comments, but I think it's hilarious. Like, I get 100% where everybody's coming from, because it is absolutely silly. But yeah, I have a thing about his grind day ending and uploading around midnight. It's only hitting 9 p.m. for me. Yeah, it's beneficial to people in every time zone except for my own, because my Indonesian reactions, like, they're coming out pretty earlier in their day too, and so usually when I'm hitting those dudes, I see a big pop right around 1 a.m. my time, and so I'm usually uploading right around midnight, so it all works out. Let's see. A tier on Facebook where one gets a reaction per month of one shows. So I have 4 tiers on Patreon. I have a $1 tier where you can genuinely just be shouted out in the patron list that I put up on patron requests. I have a $3 tier where you get a couple of reactions a month. I've got a $9 tier where you get some extra perks on top of that, requests and a few other things kind of in that regard. So, and then there is a $25 tier, which you get a day out of the month. So like any day, like if you want the 12th of every month, you can literally pick what all you would like for me to react to on that day. So yeah, I've got a few tiers. I don't want anybody to feel like they have to like give me more money or any money or more money than they can afford or anything like that. But it is an option if you are interested in it. Let's see. Just really do Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. Yeah, I absolutely feel that, man. Like, I didn't do Twitter for a long time. I started it recently, and I'm still not very established on there, just because I don't do like social media very well, honestly. Let's see, Alan. I do a daily search for baby metal posts in the last 24 hours. That's how I found you. Hey, man. And that's the thing. Like, I've got a couple of those things that I do too, because at this point, I've liked and subscribed to so much content. Because if I support an artist, I try to subscribe to them. So a lot of times, like, my suggested feed really gets clogged up a little bit, and it's just kind of tough for me to kind of keep everything all sorted out. But I try to do like a daily search for some of those things, especially the artists who support me. I probably go to Upchurch's channel every day, whether I'm reacting to him or not, just so I can at least watch what he's doing and see if he's got something new coming out. Just because like, I enjoy Upchurch, and Upchurch has supported the channel, has been in my comments, has interacted with me a lot in that way, and I appreciate that. I usually know when Tom's got something coming out, but like those artists that I really enjoy. I mean, I check daily to see, you know, what's coming out from them. See Gabe talking about the Patreon. Hell, talking about the Patreon. Well, I appreciate that. Like I said, you don't have to, but I do appreciate it if you decide to. Gabe says, glad to hear that again. Let's see, Phil, love your countenance in all these matters. Hey, you know what? You're going to build a stronger community if you appreciate the people. I mean, this is a conversation when I think it was yesterday Gabe and I had this conversation. We're going to build the community more if it's about the people in the community and not about what external factors are going to benefit me and pay me and all this stuff. Like, I'm not going to be that reactor who's taking $400 from an artist before I would take, you know, a Patreon subscription, you know, from someone who actually enjoys the content. I mean, that's where I'm at on it. Alan says the $50 tier gets you a DJ for your bar mitzvah. Man, you can book me as a DJ anytime. I do business through all of my socials that are always plugged on my videos. Plugging right now. Let's see. Redneck says it's beer 30. Yeah, it's close to it, I guess. Let's see. Hell says, yeah, I just saw the notification on my phone, actually. I appreciate that 100%. I have a notification telling me to get to know you and to send you a message introducing myself. I will be doing that later. You will receive a personalized message from me. But no, I sincerely appreciate that. You absolutely don't have to, but I do appreciate anyone who's jumping on to support. And you can send those songs at any point. What are you talking about? Sending your songs? Oh, your requests. Yeah, I think we've got a couple of your requests. I mean, don't hesitate to send your requests. Send me your requests at any point. Yeah. Loyalty over royalty, 100%, man. We're here about this. We're here about this community, not about how much money we can make them or make from everything that's going on here. I fully support that. Let's see. Redneck says, who's going to beat those Lions tomorrow? Well, the Cardinals are. And Gabe is right, hell. We absolutely need your content on the channel as well. We need your songs on the channel. The channel is a better place for currently having your songs on it. So, I mean, you just, we outnumber you. You can't really beat what we're talking about here, okay? Almost out of water. I'm going to have to run upstairs and get some more water in just a second. I'm not going to cut the live stream off again. Like I said, we'll hang out as long as you guys want to chat. Or until I get through all these comments. Let's see, and they aren't copyrighted, so we can either way. Absolutely, 100%. That's what I'm saying. Bill says money is an issue. Got your back. Support. Hey, no pressure at all, man. Like, I'm not. Please do not. 100%. Please do not put yourself in any kind of bond for that. Like I said, this is not like my primary income. This is something that I enjoy doing. I enjoy hanging out with you guys and all that. Like, please do not put yourself in a bind for that account at all. Best thing, honestly, the most supportive thing anybody could do for this channel is just share the content when it comes out so that more people find the channel and we can grow that way. Let's see. Only Detox is left that he hasn't listened to, and it's blah. Well, we may end up checking it out today. We don't know yet. But it's not off the table, so you may be. I mean, we may do a standalone reaction. I don't know. Whatever the case may be, though, we'll figure that out. Watching Black Rifle Coffee vids and reaction vids has led to some interesting recommendations from me. Man, I'll tell you, like my YouTube suggestions are completely thrown off because I swear I could watch 30 tops of this or 30 videos of this one top and like one random, misclick or something onto like, something completely out of left field and all of my suggestions will turn into this type of content and we'll just move away from this right here and I do not understand it. Let's see. I had a friend that drummed part-time for a band called Course of Empire. They had a song almost get on the soundtrack for The Crow, but it sampled Benny Goodman and his estate said no. Wow, really? That's terrible. That sucks. Gabe says, no worries, Phil. You watch, subscribe, like the vids 100%. Bare minimum, we are attacking the algorithm for him. Hey, that's what I'm looking for, man. You guys just help me. You guys just help me kill the algorithm. That's all we need. Oh, Benny Goodman. Did I say Goffman? Oh yeah, you misspelled that and I read it that way. No standalone. No standalone reaction for detox. Well, okay, we'll hit it up on this live stream. I'm actually out of water though, so I'm gonna put up my BRB screen real quick. I'm gonna run upstairs, grab myself some water, and I'll be right back. It's still cold, by the way, for anybody that was wondering. And there's no ice in there, so it is still cold. I'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. Alrighty, I'm back, guys. Doesn't look like you guys really missed me very much, though. You guys seem to have been having just as fun a time without me. I apologize for taking so long away, by the way. My wife stopped me to ask me, she's like, well, okay, I had to do two things. I had to get the cat out from under the bed, but then my wife was curious because she's like, I keep seeing you wear that shirt. She's like, how do you say that? I'm like, well, it's Free Prussian. And she's like, yeah, but it's not spelled right. She's like, why does it have the X? And I'm talking to her, I'm like, well, you can see depression underneath that. You can see, kind of expression in this. I'm like, that's why, because if you guys missed it when I did the Mises reaction to the song Free Prussian, this shirt like spoke to me for forever, and I harassed him in the comments on videos, looking for when he was going to get some more of these printed up. I'm a huge fan of this shirt, and if you guys don't know the song, like, the song is super uplifting. If you guys haven't listened to the song, you definitely need to. You won't be able to search for Mises doing it, I don't think. You have to search for Charles Cassetti. But if you haven't heard it, you definitely should. Let's see. So, Martruth, got your back. Appreciate it. No standalone reaction for Detox, better on live stream. We will hit it up today. Let's see, what else did I miss? Found Alpha reaction to Church. Hey, man, Upchurch is the bomb. And I think a lot of Creek Squad found me through my reactions to Church, and I'm glad they did, because I am 100% thankful for Creek Squad. Let's see here. Gabe, I didn't know you discovered Upchurch through this channel. I don't think you've ever told me that before. That is awesome. Yeah, Church has some dope MGK remixes for sure. If you guys like MGK, haven't checked out some of them, he's got some awesome ones. I would play one right now, but like I'm super afraid of because Church's songs always. His Church is kind of big enough right now where he gets that automatic copyright claim until you dispute and he reviews and stuff like that. So I don't want to trigger that on a live stream, because I saw Tulip Mafia a little while back had his channel, he got like the copyright strike, and his channel got took down for a while because he hit up something that got a copyright claim during a live stream. So I don't want to get us in that situation. That's why I'm really weird about what we hit up during the lives. Let's see. Alan says, I found a YouTube reaction page last year. Have become really good friends with the family. We play Fortnite and chat on social medias and text messages, and they're in Canada. You trying to bump up the competition right now? What is that? Found a YouTube reaction page last year. Nah, I'm just kidding. Like, it ain't competition. That's the thing. I'll tell you guys this here. Normally, this would be something I would probably talk to the patrons about. But I'll tell you guys something I'm working on right now that you can look forward to in this live chat. So I have a friend, and he and I were in the Army together. And actually, if you guys were here earlier when Pierce was in the chat and we were listening to those Atlantic Avenue demos, a mutual friend of mine and Pierce's, who was also stationed in Hawaii with us, he went to film school, and he works as a advertising agent now. He works on various types of content and all that, like, and so I reached out to him probably about a month and a half ago, about kind of rebranding DJ AlphaTyler, like the logo and all this stuff. And so I do have like a new, cleaner kind of package coming. I am going to kind of work on, because I've seen some content from other channels and everything I'm gonna work on kind of the image that we have around here. Maybe put like a highlight before the break, then do my little opening with some stuff that he's working on for me. We're gonna get a new logo out of it probably. Like an opening, animation and stuff like that, so that you guys aren't just having to look at, that still picture of my cartoon arm and my logo. And so we're giving kind of a facelift to the channel, to my branding, kind of all around. And the conversation I had with him was basically I'm gonna put into it, what the channel has. So I'm really excited kind of about where we're going on that, because I'm looking forward to kind of the facelift. I don't know how I got on that. I was talking about the competition and everything. For the record, you are talking about... Hang on a second. Penta, you leaving us? All right. Have a good afternoon. Have a good evening. Appreciate you hanging out. I know it's kind of... You on some weird time frames, man. But I appreciate you hanging out with us here for this one. You take care and have a good rest of your day, rest of your weekend, all that. Let's see. I'm behind on some things. Yeah, I said that because of the comment about the other page. But for the record, if anybody wants to play League of Legends with me at any time, or Halo, you guys are welcome to add me on any of these, so that I'm not gonna be that closed off person who doesn't want to game with you guys. Like, I prefer to game with people, so I don't give out Discord access to just everything. But 100%, like, if you're in the Discord, if you're one of the patrons, you are definitely in the Discord. But if you're in the Discord and you want to jump in and play some games with me or something, so that we can chat and all that, or if you're not in the Discord and want to use game chat on anything that has game chat, I'm 100% down. But I'm down to play like games that you want to play, but understand, like, my main game is free. So if you don't have an account, you can sign up, and I don't care if we suck together or whatever the case may be. We can play League of Legends if you have it installed. My username is AlphaTyler. Anyone watching this is welcome to send me a friend list, and we can definitely play together. Just tell me who you are and where you came from. What did I go through? Dang, I got lost. Y'all been sending some message while I've been talking. I was looking at the camera. I was trying to make it feel more personal. Let's see. Alpha, I can see would be a good center. Man, here's the thing, Phil, and everybody else watching this. I want you guys to know 100%. This is where I come from. This is what I try to run the channel on. And you guys can go to the very first videos that I uploaded on the channel and see that this is what I said then, what I stand true to, what I try to be at my day job, what I try to be as a DJ, what I try to be in every aspect of my life. And literally, if you guys want to see like some in-depth, conversation things, I don't know why. What am I doing? I'm in the wrong place. I've got different browsers picked up so that you guys don't have to see like every single thing that I'm clicking on. But let me see here. So I'll tell you guys, like 100%, like, I want to be me. I want to be myself. And so, one of the things that I mentioned to you guys was that when I'm trying to work on this branding thing right now. And so just to kind of tell you guys where that's at, obviously we're having branding conversations here, and so it's relevant. So I was talking about, what the new image for the channel needs to be. And, the second bullet was really like the thing that kind of came out. And, when I was answering one of the questions, one of the important things to me is I'm selling me. Like my product here, my product on this channel is that you guys see me as I am, not, you know, some image, some pumped up personality. I don't want to be like a personality. I don't want to pretend to be somebody that I'm not. So I mean, if you think that in my videos or in these live streams I seem like somebody you'd want to hang out with, that's because it's me. And that was the main reason I wanted to start a reaction channel. Is like, I feel like so many of these guys watch the songs beforehand. You know, they have like ideas. They want to get up and dance or do push-ups or run laps around something. I'm never going to do that because I'm not that guy. That's not me. Like, I'm a laid-back guy. When I first joined the army, I had a drill sergeant who accused me of smoking weed every day before I joined the army because he said I was too calm about everything. And to me, you know, that is my product. That is, you know, if I'm looking at AlphaTyler as a business, which it is, I've got the tax paperwork and everything. AlphaTyler is a federally registered business because I am a DJ. I get paid for it, so I have to file taxes on it. You know, when I'm looking at what my product is on YouTube, it is me. Do you enjoy watching me react to a song or do you not? And so, you know, I do appreciate genuinely when people see that and kind of give those comments about saying I would be a good stand-up friend, a good person, you know, because it's not a character. I know it's not like 6ix9ine's character, you know, where he's saying all this stuff that he went to prison for or whatever is a character that he plays. I'm not a character. I am Tyler. Like, you know, the connection that we have in the live chats, whatever, that's a genuine thing. Also, because I see Gabe said, haha, just imagine Phil. If you guys haven't checked out Phil, I've listened to some of Phil's songs. Phil is a fantastic singer. He's doing a lot of faith inspired stuff. He told me one day he only sings what God gives him. I've checked out some of his videos, and you know, I really appreciate what he's doing. I know he doesn't have a lot of subscribers. He's not really out, you know, looking for a lot of subscribers or anything like that. But if y'all definitely, you know, you want some faith inspired things centered around God, definitely go check out Phil's channel and some of his videos. See, yeah, I never heard of him. I'm guessing that was when I was talking about Upchurch like an hour ago before I went on my rant. That's crazy. Like, that's awesome. I'm glad I could turn you on to Upchurch. Don't really do much music. It's 3 kids, mostly do movie trailers. I'm not friends with them and their parents. Good people. Awesome. Watching a Bubby's Rocksmith stream. Playing guitar bass with chat requests. Awesome. Have a good evening, Penta. I know you said forever, you're probably gone by now, but have a good evening, Penta. Let's see. Redneck, was he out of WTR in House 2? Water in House 2? No, I was not out of water. I have water. It's filled back up. Refreshing H2O. Let's see. 8:31 p.m. here, nothing weird. Some things should be private, didn't see, it's inconsequential. Have I missed something here? 31 a.m. here, totally weird. Oh, it's only just now 2:38 p.m. here. You play Dota 2? I don't play Dota. I don't play Dota because I play League, and I feel like that's a line you have to cross. But I do play League, and I have played Smite, but I've fallen off from Smite. I definitely want to play Dota 2. Alpha is real, or Alpha is real Israel. True. Astrid says, nice, we can definitely be just below average together. Well, send me a friend request and we will be definitely just below average together. Pouches, I'm guessing with pouches you're asking about my nicotine addiction. I actually use what's called Zen. I don't know if you guys have heard of this. Oh shoot, I've still got to focus on the content going on right here. Let me make that smaller so y'all can see what I'm talking about. I use Zen. So these are tobacco-free nicotine pouches. Reason being, when my daughter was born, I dipped and smoked prior to prior to that point, and so um, I stopped dipping actually one morning. It was shortly before my daughter was born. I stopped smoking and dipping immediately. I put a dip in my mouth and it just didn't feel right. And I picked up my vape, and so I've been a vapor for a long time. I vaped when it first became a trend. Went on and off. I got pneumonia, and so I had to quit vaping. And I was looking around for a safe alternative, and I picked up what's called Zen, and it's these tobacco-free nicotine pouches, and I think they're fantastic. So I've dipped I dipped for about 19 years. I started dipping when I was 9. I quit when I was 28, and so to me, these are kind of like the kind of perfect thing to kind of hit all those vices, get you that nicotine buzz, all that. So yeah, I'm with the Zen. So if we're talking about the pouches I use and all that. Redneck also said Creek Squad. Shout out Creek Squad. Gabe says watching. Speaking of watching old vids, I went out back on some vids. Ton of the voice and personality showing then to now is noticeable. So when I made my first reaction video, I had hyped it up in my head so much that I was gonna do all these reactions, and I wanted to be a voice, and I wanted to be like a new No Life Shack, and I wanted to be like No Life Shack because I felt like he was the realest one doing reaction videos, and I wanted to bring what he was bringing, but I wanted my own take on everything. And I did my first reaction video, and I was just so like, I was so nervous about how much myself I was going to show, like, what was going to come out. I didn't know like what YouTube would kick out or anything. So I was being real, but like I was being myself, but I was toned down, you know what I mean? And so I have neglected going back and watching my earliest videos so that so that I could because like my plan is to do a 1 year anniversary. Like come the end of March 2021, I want to react to my first reaction and kind of critique myself a little bit. But I'm terrified to go back and watch that first reaction again, just because. Yeah. Let's see. Let's keep going. Let's go on. Let's see. What's up, AlphaTyler? What is up, Charles Rosa? How you doing? I will be in Texas in a couple of weeks. I don't know if I'll be in your neck of the woods in Texas, but I will be in Texas in a couple of weeks. So I don't know how far south of San Antonio. No. You're up near Austin. So I'll be a little ways south of San Antonio, but I will be in Texas in a couple of weeks. Let's see here. Speaking of watching old vids, went back. That's what we already talked about. Welcome, Charles. Reactors who are over the top, I hit back immediately. I don't enjoy it. Like if it's obviously fake, I'm not a big fan. Let's see. Fisherman Gabe. Seriously, Alan, I stick with regular personalities and not the hyped ones, but YouTube also push. Man, they do. YouTube 100% pushes those people who hype and fake everything, but yeah, man, I'm with you. I don't mess with those fake hyped reactions at all myself. Let's see. Phil says, so grateful. Man, I'm behind on this chat. No need to be grateful, brother. I enjoyed it. I'm glad I could plug it. Hell says, I first came to your reactions to Evanescence song that you politically disagree with. You were so respectful. I was immediately inspired. Man, listen, like I'm very much of the opinion we don't have to agree with anything. We don't have to agree on what we believe at the end of the day. We can have a respectful, down to earth conversation where we're going. Like at the end of the day, I believe what I believe, you believe what you believe, as long as we have reasons behind those. I mean, if we have reasons behind those, we should be able to justify those, right? And if we can justify those, we can have a conversation. If you believe what you believe at the end of a conversation, I believe what I believe at the end of a conversation. It's not my place to try and change your mind. We don't have a perfect political system or anything like that. And there's no reason for me to try and convert you to my way of thinking. Let's see. AlphaTyler, have you listened to more music by Seven? I haven't, because I really want to do more reactions to Seven. That said, like, not a lot of people showed up for my last reaction to Seven. I'm waiting until it gets a little bit more of a pop so that more Seven fans can kind of see the content. But I definitely want to hit more from Seven. See, sent you a Twitter message. Check it when you get a chance. Let's see what we got. See, you got me with the this is the stuff I do while I'm listening to your live feed. What? You're into photo editing and stuff like that? Man, that's awesome. A fantastic job on that. Do you care if I plug it? Like, I don't care to I don't care to check it. You want me to show it to the live feed? Like, I'm 100% about showing some of it, but like if you don't want to, like if you don't want me to, I won't. See, Redneck says, "Have you tried the game Neverwinter?" I have played Neverwinter. I picked up Neverwinter a while back just because I played Neverwinter Nights a lot when I was younger. But I haven't checked out this. Well, I haven't spent a lot of time with Neverwinter because I feel like it got kind of muddled down with like, you know, the microtransaction side of things, and there was a lot to go into, and it kind of felt like a WoW type game. So I got afraid to play a lot more of it because I have been completely sucked into WoW so many times. Let's see. Notice your voice in the comments on that video, not a bad thing. Let's see. Astrid says I'll have to make an account on American servers, I'm guessing. Well, I am on the North American server, so if you want to come and play with me, yeah, you would need a North American server account. But yes, let's see. Cheater Prismic says, I know I said this earlier. You know who Ouse is? Yeah, Ouse is one of the homies for Palfu, right? Ouse has been on my list for a minute. I need to get to Ouse for real. But yes, I do know who Ouse is, and I definitely intend to hit up Ouse. Phil says, "Oh, I only play the flute on one song. Have you come to Jesus too? The rest are a cappella." Yep. Alan says, "I'm in Central Texas flying or driving." I will be flying. I'll be flying to pretty far southeast Texas, for sure. Let's see. Gabe says, "That's a great idea. I was gonna say do a live of you watching your old videos, but save it for the end." Yeah. I'm waiting because I'm gonna have to build up to that one. I'm gonna have to build up to seeing kind of what we looked like in that first video for sure. Let's see. Oh heck yeah, will you be close to Batesville? So I'm not sure. I don't know the geography of the area very well. Let me double check. Check what's going on here. Let me look at Google Maps. Let's see. So I will be let's see. I'll be right here. Let's see. And the question is, will I be near Batesville? So let me find Batesville, Texas. Figure out where that's at on a map. I'll be a pretty good ways away from Batesville. So Batesville is near San Antonio. I'll be a few hours south of San Antonio. So it'll be a little distance away. Because Charles, but yeah, I'll be even further southeast than Laredo, so I'll be a pretty good ways away. Let's see here. Let's see. Triple T just dropped a Upchurch update video. I'm gonna have to go check that out in a minute. We'll have to get that on the live stream. Didn't mean I had to check it on the live feed. Nah, man. If you're working on stuff like that, like that's quality. If you're working on stuff like that, I'm absolutely gonna get you on here. Ignore the fact that I haven't looked at some of my Twitter messages in a minute, guys. But if you guys are missing out, this right here is what Highly Combustible has been working on while we're going through these live chats right here. So we got this picture right here. I'm not sure if you edited this one. I'm thinking this is probably the original, if I'm not mistaken. But we got this edited with all the super high quality color added in. Man, that is fantastic right there. Colorizations and restorations, the Paul Fridas colorizations and restorations. Man, you do a fantastic job. Like, my question to you is, are you gonna be hooking me up when I want some when I need some photo editing done in the future? Because that is magnificent work. Like, honest to God, I can't even. I'm gonna open a separate tab and pull up the original just so I can look at them side by side again. Like, that was fantastic, man. Let's see. Let me pull this back in here. So we got the original, and then we got the restored, colorized. Man, I like too. You stayed really true. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you're a veteran, right? You've told me that in the past, and I appreciate how you're applying like your knowledge of history of the uniforms and everything to kind of put those proper colors in place, and that's fantastic. Like, looking at the original to the restored work, that's beautiful, man. You do awesome work. Let's see here. We keep going. Oh, my wife's here. Hey, y'all. Sorry I'm so late with the stream. Our toddler is off the rails. Yes, she is. And I've abandoned her for this stream. But thank you all for the birthday wishes. That's where you said it. You can, absolutely. Totally up to you. I read ahead and caught that part. Everybody's saying hello, Sierra. Heyo, Sierra. Hope you had a great time. Just subbed on Patreon, so now no more dissing Halsey. He'll have to react. Oh, you guys are teaming up on me. Let's see. Highly Combustible, you drive the bus. I'm here to sing the songs with you and lick the windows. Hey, we ain't driving no short bus on this channel, man. Talking about the second week of October, I may be driving to the Valley on Friday. Let's get some Tex-Mex. I'll go through San Antonio. So let's see. I am planning on getting there. Is it the second week of October? I'm planning on getting there around the 4th or 5th. No, the 5th. I think the 5th is when I'll be flying out. So yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely down to grab a bite with you, brother. Make sure you hit me up. I think you sent me a message on Twitter a little bit earlier. Make sure you hit me up on Twitter. because I'll be in the area. I think we'll be in the area at the same time. Yeah, for sure. Let's see. Alan, right here where I live, we have a farm-owned restaurant named Tex-Mix. That's crazy. Do not miss breakfast tacos. What up, also? I don't think I've seen you in the chat already. Welcome to the chat, though. Should definitely do it. I'll tell you what. If me and Alan end up going to grab some Tex-Mex together, I will definitely do a live stream. I don't know if Alan's cool with that, but if Alan's cool with it, we will definitely do a live stream grabbing some Tex-Mex together. Let's see, Phil says, "Oh, you're in California? Okay." The RGV might be going to West Columbus Day weekend. Let's see here. Original, appreciate you. I was gonna say if you found some old photos, I always need practice. Hey, man, listen. My family stacks photos. We keep those things on lock forever. So I mean, I've definitely probably got some old ones that I could hand you to get some practice in. Charles says you will be around 10 hours away from. Really? 10? Is it that long? Like, I'm from Kentucky, okay? 10 hours is unfathomable to me. And I've lived in Texas for a little while. Let's see. I wish you could come too, Phil. Let's see. Outstanding. My dad would have loved it. Yeah, some love to this picture, for real, for real. Let's see what we got. Sierra says, "Awesome. Hopefully he'll learn to love her music eventually." Man, listen, no, you can't even give me that. Like, I spent so much money on Halsey records too. Like, I bought one the other day at a flea market. I'm just saying, I took a trip to the flea market to buy a Halsey record that I was told was at the record shop. Going around, hopefully I'll learn to love her music. You know what? There will be something in her music that I can appreciate. I guarantee. I don't know that I'll hate it for sure. I'm looking forward to checking out some more Halsey. Sierra, so I kind of put this bubble around myself. And like, I try not to listen to things that people might be interested in hearing reactions to, because like I said, I don't want to be fake on a reaction. And so I intentionally push myself to like hold off on things that like might come up on the channel, just so we can make sure that, like, if I check it out on the channel, it's going to be real the first time. And so, you know, I know Sierra's been mad at me a few times because, like, she'll be listening to Halsey's song, and I'm like, you got to pause that. You got to turn that off. Like, somebody might want to hear Halsey on the channel. So, let's see. Alan says, "I'm a big mofo. I can eat some Tex-Mex." Man, I can eat some Tex-Mex too. I lived in Arizona for a while. Hands down, the most fantastic Mexican food I've ever had in my life was, I lived about 2 miles north of the Mexico border, and I mean, Tex-Mex is fine when you find those holes where you got some actual legit, you know, you got some real food coming out of there, and I mean, I can eat too. I'm just saying. Let's see. Gabe says the live stream and reading comments is an inside joke now because all the comments he reads now is the live stream. So about that, like, when we started this for real, like, you remember the early days of the live stream, Gabe. I know you do. And it was just me and you and like whatever random person wanted to pop in. And so it's crazy. Like, we've grown to the point now we can actually have a conversation. I probably need to drop that part. I'm not going to drop that part. We're going to keep reading comments because I am going to read at least one comment during the live stream. But yeah, man, like, it just, I started that off because I was thinking of how I could like entertain some people if we had a live stream and like nobody was showing up except me and you, because me and you, I mean, you're not going to ask me a ton of questions. So I was like, all right, I'm with it. I'm glad to be where we're at, though. I'm glad that it's popping now. Am I seeing some who can eat more competition coming? You might be. You might be. Let's see here. Do awesome work with those photos, for real, combustible, no doubt, like 100%. Those are fantastic. Oh wait, I skipped a few. It jumped on me. Let's see what part. Let's see what part of Texas you in. Worst part about living in Thailand is the complete lack of Mexican food. Tex-Mex sounds, man. You are cut off there, but I've ventured around the world myself, and I've found something culinary to enjoy about every place I've lived in. So, Thailand may have the losses in Tex-Mex, but that Thai food, man, Thai food is fantastic. I love Thai food. I bought some Thai food the other day. My wife hates it, but sometimes we just got to make that jump. Let's see. Gabe says you do awesome work with those photos, for real, combustible. Yes. Thanks so much. Let's see. Yeah, man, I'm up north in the Texas Panhandle. It still just blows my mind that you can manage to drive 10 hours and be in the same state. A few miles north of, I'm a few miles south of Austin. Okay, Round Rock. Love to jam to anyone. Hendrix is my favorite. Love to jam to anything you're doing. And I appreciate that. Like that's the thing. And that's like, at the end of the day, supporting the channel, like the main thing, 100%, like watching every video, dropping a like on the videos. And if it's something that you enjoy, sharing the videos is like the biggest thing for support on this channel that like we could use to help it grow. Cause it's the way the algorithm has worked against us so far. It's really tough for us to reach new people at this point unless I just add a new artist. And I don't want to sell out. Like, I still want to make sure that we're only putting an emphasis on that on Sundays and Wednesdays. But I really want to make this channel more about, consistency, us chilling, listening to new stuff, and it being driven by what people are suggesting. So, those are the big things. I mean, just being active. I know Gabe was like going through some old reactions of mine the other day, liking comments and replying to comments on some like older reactions I'd done, just to pull some people back into the channel. I mean, I appreciate that. Let's see here. Round Rock, small world. Y'all close to each other. Okay. In a small town north of Abilene. Let's see. You were asking if I was in Round Rock. No, that's north of Austin. Let's see. Asking if you were in Round Rock. His wife is from Dimebox. I don't know any of these places. Takes about 4 hours to drive from east to west Denmark. It's 10 hours is quite insane to me too. Yeah, man. Like, in Kentucky, like, I mean, you can drive a good ways, but you're gonna be out of the state definitely in 10 hours. I mean, I lived in Arizona, and I mean, you can drive a pretty good way. So where I lived in Sierra Vista, I mean, the drive to Phoenix was pretty brutal. I mean, that's a pretty long drive, but it's still not 10 hours. Let's see. Thai food, 100% Thai food is ridiculously good and cheap. It's the 2 a.m. now. Mrs. is hollering, but it's been fun to hang out with y'all again. Hey, appreciate you hanging out, Highly Combustible. You can switch back over from the photo whenever you want. Much appreciated for the shout out. Anyone who wants to check out more can follow me on Twitter at HXCombustible. Hey, appreciate you hanging out for the live chat. I've pretty much just been leaving things up until another conversation topic presents itself. But yeah, I'll click off of it. I don't know, but I appreciate you sharing it, man. That's fantastic work, and I just like that's surprising. Like, man, share those things, man. You got awesome skills. Let's see here. Driving across Texas, the sun has risen and the sun is set, and here I am in Texas yet. That's a good one. That's like that old one about the history degree. Remember, we got to do some educational piece every time. But back with the old British Empire, the sun never sat on it because they had so much territory around the world. Let's see here. Take care, combustible. Charles Rosa says, "God bless you, highly combustible." Gabe says, "Peace. Thanks for sharing." 100% thanks for sharing, and God bless you, brother. Let's see. Too bad I'm too far north of you, or I could hitch y'all up to Gab. Let's see. Gonna ghost the chat until it's over. Appreciate it. I don't know when it's gonna be over at this point. We don't set time limits on this, but appreciate you ghosting for sure. Jump in anytime that you want while you're ghosting, by the way. Let's see. All right, we're gonna check out a couple more comments now. That inside joke, we're gonna look through these. Let's see what's being said. Man, if I got I've got this filtered only to Gabe's comments. Come on now. Let's see. Let's see. Now we got to scroll back to 3 days ago because I'd scrolled down not realizing I was only looking at Gabe's comments. Alright. Let's see. Let's scroll. Scroll! Come on now. Good lord. Takes us a minute to get to 3 days ago now. Remember when I could see my whole week of comments in one whoosh. I am vibing with this song right now. Y'all hearing this? Shout out Paul Flint. Savage. Oh, wait. I'm in the wrong tab. Okay, I'm not filtered to only Gabe's comments here. Okay. Y'all didn't even see what I was working on there. Probably just looked like I was doing nothing. Let's see. Alright, let's see. Where do we get? Oh, man. Man. Where are we going here? Oh wait, we ain't popped up that much. Okay. Let's see. Combustible said, thanks again to everyone. Good night for now. See you on the next one. Gonna ghost until the chat's over. What are you coming to Texas for? Is it personal? No, I'm coming for work. I'll be spending about a week out there. It's for my day job. Emily's forever says, anyone has some musical guilty pleasure, usually won't share with the general public. So with the guilty pleasure, which I've shared on this channel before, my guilty pleasure, 100%. I'll kick us off on that chat. If y'all have one, feel free to share. My guilty pleasure has always been Twisted. I know a lot of people want to make fun of like juggalos and all that, and the juggalo music and stuff. And so I guess that's kind of like a guilty pleasure. I don't feel guilty about it. I don't have a problem sharing it. I love Twisted. A lot of my friends like to make fun of it. I had, you know, that juggalo time when I was younger where I was a juggalo and you know, wore all the stuff and kind of embraced that whole image. I don't regret it. I mean, you know, I enjoyed that culture. I still appreciate like what their fan base does, like how they band together and stuff like that. But I'll 100% say like now where I'm at, like I really enjoy Twisted. I to the tune. Y'all probably can't see like half the stuff that's on my shelf just because it's too far away. But I've got like all the whole collection of the House of Crazies, which was Twisted's original group. I've got like their whole collection on cassette right there. I've got a special edition of one of their CD re-releases up here. Got all of Tom McDonald's albums over here. Um, like musically, 100%. Like, you know, I'm if I had to say like a guilty pleasure, it would be Twisted or maybe I don't know, maybe Lady Gaga, Katy Perry, something like that. Because like I get down, man. I can be a top 40 queen when I need to be. Like I can 100% get down with some pop, okay? And I won't pretend that I can't. I like most of what Miley Cyrus has ever put out. I don't know. Like I love music. I mean, that's what it comes down to at the end of the day. It ain't even got to be music that makes like a statement or something. If it sounds good and I can bump to it, like I'm a rock with it. Um, that's that's kind of me. Oh, let's see. Alan said probably for work since it's coming on Monday. Yes, it is for work. Let's see. So I manage some things for my day job. I won't talk too much about my day job. It's probably not a good idea for me to do that. But yeah, I've recently hired some staff in Texas, and I want to go down and kind of get to know some of the people at one of our facilities down there, and so I'm planning that trip just to kind of introduce myself to some people that I haven't met in the past. Let's see. ABN X Wave, yo, welcome to the chat, ABN. Let's see. Charles Rosa, Amy Lee Forever, not so much. I mainly listen to the same stuff. Everybody's got a guilty pleasure band if they really think about it. Come on now. You got one, Charles. Let's hear it. Let's see. ABN, I got some recommendations. ICP is awesome. Dead Eyes by Palfu, my good sir. That's my. Have I not hit up? I've hit up a lot of Palfu. Hang on. Let me check out what all I've hit by Palfu. Let's see. I haven't hit up Dead Eyes by Palfu. Okay. Well, I'll throw that on my list. Okay, you got me on that one. I'll throw that on my list for sure. So let me copy that. Drop it over here real quick. All right, let's see. I'm a total fanboy. I fanboy off of some people. I ain't even gonna lie. I can get down. I can be a fanboy. I try not to let it impact this channel, but I can be a fanboy. You're right. Outside Christian rap and rock, I will listen to Tool and A Perfect Circle. Man, Tool and A Perfect Circle are fantastic. I'm with you on that, Charles. I don't know if those could be a guilty pleasure though. Like that is straight talent. Let's see here. Where we at now? Mine is Limp. You like Limp Biscuit game? Oh, yo, I'm a clown on you for that for a little bit, just so you know. It's no offense. I don't at all. But I can get it because when rolling, keep rolling. I mean, when that came out, like everybody was there, and of course, we all know the chocolate starfish with the hot dog flavored water and all that jazz, man. I get it. I get it. Let's see. LNG. Let's see. I can't think of a guilty pleasure. Baby Metal, Ghost. Nah, I don't think either of those uh, would be really guilty pleasure songs or groups. Like I think a lot of people like Baby Metal and Ghost. Astrid says I'm usually really open with the music I like. I have a very broad man. That's me. Like I own it. Like I guess Lady Gaga is like a guilty pleasure, but like I'm still about it. Like I ain't gonna hide it from you. If I like it, I like it. You know what I mean? Let's see. I can't think of it. Let's see. Don't feel bad for liking them. Usually very open with the music I like. Very broad taste in music, so usually I can find some common ground with others. Same. Man, can you listen to Dead Eyes by Palfu? Yeah. Got it on my list. Most of the music I listen to on a daily basis, my friends find weird. Some of my friends do too. That's fine. Like, you ain't got to feel bad about that at all. Hey, BN, hey, I live in Texas, bro. Me too. Hey, depending on where you're at, I mean, Alan's already thinking about, whether or not we're gonna get some Tex-Mex in a couple of weeks. So maybe. Let's see. Hell says I am too eclectic. I too am very eclectic. The only genre I don't like is reggae. Just same old rhythm. Man, I don't know. I can get down with some reggae. Like I don't know if I would hate on reggae for sure. Let's see. James says I came across Twisted through Tech9 daily playlist on Spotify. Also included King ISO, Prozac, and Hobson. Liz, all those get thrown in together a lot, and all of those are fantastic. I don't care what anybody says. Like, I'm not ashamed of enjoying Twisted. I'm not ashamed of enjoying Tech9. Or, I don't know King ISO, but Prozac and Hobson are fantastic. Hobson especially is fantastic. Like, out of those, Hobson's like, you can't even deny Hobson's skill. ABN, another good band is Hollywood Undead. Yeah, I've got a Hollywood Undead reaction. I used to listen to Hollywood Undead, but definitely with you. Like Hollywood Undead's pretty sick. At least they used to be. I haven't listened to a lot of their newer stuff. Said all their albums are good. I'll have to check out more of their newer stuff. Kansas State just tied Oklahoma after being down 35-14 a few minutes ago. 8 minutes left. I'm pretty sure the game's over now if I'm looking at it. That's crazy. What? Wait, what? They came back being down 35-14? What am I doing with my day? ABN, there's a little delay. Yeah, it's not really a delay so much. It's just that I keep getting sidetracked on these tangents, and so I'm like behind on the chat. But yeah. Let's see. Gabe says Tool is top. Tool is fantastic. I have every Tool album. I've loved Tool for forever, and just hands down. I want to tell you guys though. I want to tell you guys a story while we're talking about Tool. Two times in my life I've had a chance to go see a Tool concert, and 2 times in my life I've had to skip. One was in 2007. I had the opportunity to either see, because they were playing on the same day in Memphis. Well, no, Tool wasn't playing in Memphis, but Bob Seger was. 2007, I could have went and seen Tool wherever they were playing, or I could go to Memphis and see Bob Seger play at the very last show at the Pyramid in Memphis, because I think now it's a Bass Pro Center or something. And so my dad's favorite singer of all time is Bob Seger, and so me and my dad went and watched Bob Seger instead at the Pyramid in Memphis. So that was the first time that I missed out on seeing Tool. 2011, Tool was doing their first show out in Hawaii, and I was coming back from Afghanistan, and so I had tickets to this one. My friend who had came back before me caught me an extra ticket, and he was going to go to the show, and I was going to go with him. It was my roommate, but my flight got delayed, all my travel got delayed and everything. I was coming back from Afghanistan, and so I got delayed, and I ended up having to miss Tool's first show in Hawaii. So those were the 2 times that I could have seen Tool, and I wanted to see Tool, and it was within my grasp to see Tool, and I didn't get the chance to. One was to take my dad to see Bob Seger, and one was to due to flight delays coming back from Afghanistan. So You know, I always get that little ping of sadness every time somebody mentions Tool. Let's see here. Let's see. Oh yeah, one song. See, I really don't like Bullet for My Valentine, but I really enjoy the guitar in Tears Don't Fall. Hey man, nothing wrong with that. Like Bullet for My Valentine is popular. Like they're not my jam, but I get that. I get that. Let's see, Del Rio. What about Del Rio? I won't be in Del Rio. I don't think. I don't know what that area is considered. Let's see. Gabe says Limp came out when I was in grade school. Good memories. Yeah, I don't remember when they came out. I think I was in grade school or middle school. One. Um, Undertaker had that song. He did. Listen. That was the worst period of the Undertaker, though. Y'all know I love the Undertaker. Okay. Yeah, and if you haven't seen the Undertaker over here, you haven't seen the Undertaker right here. Y'all haven't seen my Tombstone collection. None of that. Like, let it be known. Yes, I am a pro wrestling fan. Yes, I have a pink desktop fan right in front of me. And yes, I love The Undertaker, okay? But I will say, man, that period where he had that song, that's not my favorite time period for him. Oddly Rearranged is my favorite track from them. That's a weird. Okay. Phil says Ozzy Osbourne is his guilty favorite. You know what? I feel guilty every time I listen to Ozzy just because I'm not a fan. But for some reason, especially when I listen to shoot. Now I know we've been on this too long because I'm forgetting who sings War Pigs. Shoot. Oh my God, what was Ozzy's band? How am I forgetting what Ozzy's band was? Ah! That's embarrassing. Let's see. Black Sabbath. When I listen to Black Sabbath, I just can't not like Ozzy, even though I don't want to. Oh yeah, Alan just now typed Black Sabbath. You're late, but I appreciate you trying to help me because that was a bad moment. But yeah, Black Sabbath. When I listen to Black Sabbath, I can't not like Ozzy, even though like I don't get down with like the Mama I'm Coming Home and all that stuff. But like any older Ozzy, especially when he was still kind of having shades of Black Sabbath, I'm definitely down with, and I love Black Sabbath. And I'm not even I am nowhere near claiming to be like one of those old metal heads or anything like that. Like I'm not. Y'all know I don't like Metallica. Like I'm not all about like all that stuff, but when it comes to like Black Sabbath and stuff, man, I get down with that. Aerosmith still remains one of my favorite bands of all time when we're talking about older groups and stuff like that. But I feel like music was improved after the 80s, and I know that's an unpopular opinion, but I still feel that way. Let's see. Man, I'm really behind in this chat. Don't know if you can call it guilty pleasure music, but I may listen to Tech Nine sometimes. There's nothing wrong with that, Charles Rosa. Tech has got talent. Tech has got bars, technique, speed, like all those things, man. Tech is phenomenal. Tech is only unfortunate for a reaction channel once you're trying to keep up with what he's saying. Let's see, Gabe. I fell in love with Bob Marley in the 8th grade. Don't listen much else reggae though. That's fair. I mean, you don't really need a whole lot else. Let's see. Astrid says Amy should check out Infected Mushroom. Where Do I Belong? It's DMB. That song is very. I need to get down with some more Infected Mushroom. I really enjoyed that first one that I checked out. Gabe says I love Jack Johnson. Also, before I had kids, ABN says they did a song with Tech Nine. Wait. Because this conversation's been going crazy. Who did a song with Tech Nine? We talking about Limp Bizkit there? Did a song with Tech Nine? Because I have not heard that. Eric, my guilty pleasure is hunting up worldwide talent shows on YouTube. Man, I wish I could do more of the America's Got Talent reactions and stuff because, like, they copyright claim all that stuff so much. Phil, Bubble Toes a band? What is Bubble Toes? You gotta let me know what Bubble Toes is. Fisherman Gabe says, you don't get a third chance to see Tool. I know, but I feel like my reasons were justified. Let's see, Astrid, Eric, I do the same, and I watch the data. Okay. Charles says, I want to see Tool so bad. Same. James, my guilty pleasure is listening to Frank Sinatra and Dean Martin. Hey, man, respect for that, man. Especially, I can get down with some Frank Sinatra for sure. Let's see, Alan G, that drummer friend, got me backstage passes to a ministry show in Austin. Hang on. He had a new job. I had a new job and couldn't take off. Who was your friend in ministry? Genuine question, and like tell me the name, because depending on your response, we may have a mutual friend. Let's see. I found you from watching your reaction to Rare Americans. Man, Rare Americans is fantastic, ABN. Like, I ain't even gonna knock at all. Like, I appreciate that you came from there, because I love Rare Americans and I need some more support over on that side, because I'm 100% about Rare Americans. They just have such a smooth approach. They're always saying something. There's not like a wasted line in their song, and I love like that kind of throwback Americana style that they're rolling with. I love Rare Americans 100%. If anybody in this group chat has not checked out Rare Americans, you absolutely need to, because they are phenomenal. Gabe, if 2 is in Texas, we can meet. I'll fly you on a business trip and we'll watch me for the first one. Wait, what? We'll watch them for the first time, I think is what you were saying. 2? Tool. If Tool is in Texas, we can meet. I'll drive, you fly on a business trip. We'll watch them for the first time. Okay, I got you. Hey, just recently found them out through Brittle Bones. Nikki, that's a fantastic song. Alan G, Baby Metal, Wandari Dai Sakusin samples Limp Bizkit. Really? Okay. I haven't hit that one. I need to. Alan says, I met Undertaker and his wife in 2000 when I was at work. Lives in Austin. Yeah, man. Taker's proud of Texas, too. I don't know if you've watched that new documentary that he's got out, but it is fantastic. And I've loved him since I was young. Here's everybody calling me out for not knowing Black Sabbath off the top of my head. Had the Royal Rumble 94 recorded on VHS. Undertaker versus Yokozuna casket match. Undertaker rose that night. Absolutely, man. That's fantastic. That is awesome. I've got a couple. You can't see them. They're behind the barrel of my AK right now. I got a couple of WWF VHSs over here on my shelf. I've got a few more in the other room. Let's see. Undertaker, Quiet Riot. I was never really a fan of Quiet Riot. Undertaker has to go to the concert with us. Man, if you can get the Undertaker to go to a concert with you, man, like, let me know. I'll get tickets. And I'll be there. Once more with feeling the whole hour of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I used to love Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I'm not even going to lie. Buffy and Dawson's Creek. If y'all remember Dawson's Creek, like for real, if y'all loved Dawson's Creek when you were younger, give that a shout out. Let's see. Phil, yeah, Black Sabbath, loved the voice. Astrid, thank you. I just cheered when you said you don't like Metallica. Drummer, sadly Danish, is so bad. They don't have a vibe that I'm really with. Let's see. Hill says, now that I'm making a list for reactions, would you consider doing one for Lovely cover, Billie Eilish and Khalid? From The Voice Croatia Battles, guessing is my second cousin. I'll do anything that you send me, and I don't care to put it up. Just understand that if you do have me do one from a talent show, like The Voice or AGT or something, they are really bad about sending copyright claims. They're really bad about sending copyright claims and blocking the entire video. So I do not mind doing those, but just know that I don't know if it'll stay up. Now, one thing I am working on, just so you guys know, all my videos that are blocked on YouTube, one thing that I'm working on right now, and it was suggested before, I didn't have a ton of Patreon support, and so I didn't really have like the extra expendable income to dump into it to get to get the extra video hosting and all that, because you actually have to pay for that. But now that we've got like a pretty good number of followers on Patreon, one thing that I'm planning on doing for October is all those block videos from YouTube. I'm planning on uploading them on Patreon so that at least the patrons can see them. Um, so yeah, I mean, even if you want to request something like that, if it gets blocked on YouTube, it should still be available over on Patreon. And so yeah, I have no problem doing like a voice competition or anything like that, because I keep all the videos for all my blocked reactions anyway. Excuse me. Let's see. Gabe says the only thing guilty about Tech 9 is the rap sheet. Facts, man. Astrid, infected mushroom is on my daily list. Hey, they need to be on mine. Let's see. You said, let's see. Hell said, oh, you just answered my question. I'm not sure what question I answered in that. I'm guessing I was talking about copyright claims when that happened. Phil says, Black Johnson, Bubble Toes. You would love the song. I'm going to throw that on my list. Give me just a second. Throw Jack Johnson, Bubble Toes. Right after Dead Eyes by Palfu. Let's see here. Alan G, my friend Paul Raven, also passed. They both died in 07. Wait, what? Hang on, what am I missing right here? Have I missed something? Oh, okay. No, that wouldn't be the same guy that I was thinking about then. Okay. Gabe says, Alan, I'm sorry to hear about your loss of your friend too. I'm just trying to catch up on the chat. I'm not trying to diminish that at all, but I hate to hear that. Gabe says, Alan, where's the invites? Phil says, I don't own a gun, I throw knives. I've got a few guns. I was never good at throwing knives. I do like guns though, and I live in Kentucky where I have a lot of area and time to use them, so I do own quite a few guns. Let's see. Astrid says, binged watched both Buffy and Dawson's Creek when I was younger. Well, I was watching them when they were live on the TV. There was a new episode every week. I may be a little bit older than you, I don't know, but I was down with both, man. They were awesome. Let's see. Alan G, ask him what you looking for invites to, Gabe, which I'm kind of wondering about too. Let's see. And Charles Rosa says, I need to add the AK to my collection. All I have right now are ARs and pistols. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You need to own an AR and an AK at a minimum, though, because you got to have that AK for when everything just goes down, and you got to be ready. You got to be prepared. I'm just saying. That AK, you ain't going to find a more reliable gun than that one. But pistols are important too. I support you owning a bunch of pistols. I've got a few. Let's see. Alan G. K-State takes the lead on a 50-yard field goal. Really? Hang on a second. Hang on. So you're going to have to follow up on this and tell us where we go. Because you said Oklahoma was down like 16 points before that or something like that. Gabe likes that perk. Good. Alan says, I didn't watch Dawson's Creek. I watched some Seventh Heaven. I watched Seventh Heaven too. I just enjoyed Dawson's Creek more. I'm just saying. Phil, my sister Jill was on the north shore of Hawaii. Oh, really? I think she was a super friend. Her boyfriend's Steve. If it's the same Jack, I'm not sure. So I lived right near Pearl City on Oahu when I was in Hawaii. No, you're not older, I think, but my friend had them on DVD. Oh, okay. I'm 30. I don't know how old you are. I'm 30. But I remember when they were on TV. But you're from, I think you said you're from Denmark, right? So it may not have been on TV in Denmark at the same time it was on TV here. Gabe says you got connections. Alan says no. OU was up by 21. Okay. So Kansas coming back then. Astrid, you're 35. Hey, we're in that same category. Listen, brother, after you hit 30, it just all goes downhill anyway. So like we're in that. I'll take that back. Not 30. It's more like 25. Once you get to 25, is just when everything feels like it starts going downhill, I think. But I mean, I'm still happy. I'm living happily, loving life, and my wife keeps me young. She hasn't hit 25 yet, so. See, Phil says 10 years in Pearl Harbor in the Navy. Oh, snap! You were down the road from me then. Phil, I was at Fort Shafter, if you know where Fort Shafter's at. We used to go out to Pearl Harbor and Fort Island all the time though for like our ruck marches and all that cool stuff. So, yeah, I know what you're talking about right there. Yeah. You probably know where I was from too, or where I was living at the time. Let's see. Alan G is 37. All right, we got that 30s club going on. Astrid, oh yeah. Charles, I'll be 34 in October. Alan, OU has 4th and 8. Man, I love those games. I'm seriously like that's the best part of football is when you come down to the wire. And as a Colts fan, we don't get that a whole lot. We either do really well or we do trash. Astrid, my man, is 8 years younger than me, so he keeps me young. Right on. I feel that. My wife is 7 years younger than me, so she keeps me young too. Yeah, Phil knows the whole island. It ain't hard to know the whole island, for real. Like, you can only drive about 2 or 3 hours in any direction, so I'm with you. I do too. I've still got it memorized. Like, that's why I was telling my wife. I'm like, if we ever go on vacation, like, I know exactly where it's all at. Let's see. Eric, if you are 30, you were 7 when Buffy started. Yeah, my mom loved it, though. And when I was 7, we only had one TV in the house, so I had to watch what she watched. Yeah, I'm with you. Watched Buffy movie with Christy Swanson before the TV show came out. I've watched like all that, especially like those older vampire movies and stuff like that. I've watched the Buffy movie. I can't remember. I think I've got it on DVD, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. Phil says I'm 68. Run circles around 20-year-olds. Hey, I feel it. Hey, you know, a big benefit to that though. A lot of 20-year-olds right now. I mean, they ain't really trying these days. Like we have progressively like. I went outside, so in addition, obviously we're coming up on fall right now, so not so much at this point, but like you know, I was talking about my day schedule a little bit earlier, but I also raise a garden out back. I've got 3 dogs, I've got 2 cats, I've got 2 ball pythons, a bearded dragon, and a leopard gecko. So I got a lot of animals that I got to feed and take care of, and all that stuff. And you know, raising the garden. I grew up farming tobacco, and so you know, I kind of always had like that agricultural piece. But I mean, my thing is, like when I look at like these 20-year-olds or something like that. And no offense to anybody who is younger, but if you are younger and you fall into this category, please do better, because like when I look at these younger people and I think about it, it's like you guys don't want to work to hold down a job. You don't want to raise any of your own food. You don't want to contribute anything to society. You just want to sit in a room somewhere on a computer somewhere doing something that does not like productively impact your life at all. And it's like, you know, I run a business, I run a YouTube channel, I work as a manager in my day job, raise my garden, I'm raising my daughter, you know, I'm married, and you know, I've got that commitment. I've got like these aspects of my life that I can't understand how if you are, just gonna sit and play games, and I found time to play games, I found time, to do these other things, these interests and hobbies that I have, but like, I can't understand where this kind of idea about life comes from, where you just don't have to produce any original aspect in life anymore. I can't get that. Like and that's what bugs me. So yeah, I feel you, Phil. When you're saying you're 68 and you run circles around 20-year-olds, man, like they just kind of. I mean, I feel like our society is just kind of tapered off. You know what I mean? Like Pee Wee as a vampire is death scene. So we got a Wahoo the Rock. And I do think that is also partly the parents' fault, letting their kids just sit and play while they're young. I do play video games with my son, but not all the time. It is, and it is on parents. It's like, we got to a point in society where it became illegal to like discipline children. Well, I don't want to say it like that. It's not illegal to discipline children. There became so many rules on like what you have to do to discipline children and what you can and cannot say to them, or spankings and stuff like that. And my thing is, we came to a point where like a generation of parents just focused on, and maybe they were busy with work, I don't know what's going on there, but like they were not focused on teaching values to their kids. And so now we have those kids entering the workforce, entering adulthood, and now those kids are coming out, and rather than trying to take up careers and start businesses and stuff, they're just happy to live with their. I moved out of my parents' house when I was 17 years old, and my dad was a truck driver. So really, when I was 16, I was playing drums at a coffee shop. I was doing these things for some money, but dad was a truck driver. My parents were divorced, and I stayed with him most of the time. So I was home by myself most of the time at 16. So moving out when I was 17 was not like a huge deal. You know what I mean? And but I'm saying, like, since I was 17, I've never asked my dad for any money or anything like that. But I was always raised that once I was grown, like, I had to take care of myself. And I think a lot of it does come from the parents. See, sadly, platforms like this, YouTube, TikTok, and all that help to create this by paying for this lifestyle. Morals at home should help. Yeah, and I mean, it's really about talking about values. I mean, I'm talking about, like, if you're able to, leave your house and take care of these things, you need to. I'm not talking about like people who are stuck at home. Obviously it's understandable. And obviously it's understandable if you don't find opportunities or move on or anything like that. Let's see, Eric H. Wow, generalizations. Every generation sees fault in the next, and that's true. And I'm not trying to be that old dude now, talking about the new younger people and stuff. I'm not trying to be a douche like that. I get what you're saying, because like, my dad still is convinced that I'm wasting my time in life, and I'm like, I manage a few different sites across 2 different states, 3 different states. I'm like, I have a workforce of over 200 people. I'm like, and so, I mean, really telling me like I'm wasting my time, like I'm not doing anything with my life, is crazy. But I get it. That's the same thing that I'm doing right now. So I agree. I mean, to a certain extent, every generation is going to find those faults in the next one. And maybe I'm being unfair. I just, when I look at most of the people, I still see some issues with what they're, the general vibe, not the person to person. Obviously, not every person in their 20s, has no work ethic or anything like that. I don't want to make you guys think that I'm saying everybody who is under 30 just sucks. Let's see, Redneck's 50. Astrid, very true, Eric, but what I mean is that it is the fault of our and older generations, not the new generation. We have to own up. Yeah, and the thing is, and that's great that you say that, Astrid, because like, like I'm a millennial, you're a millennial. Like when we're looking at that millennial generation, we want to make fun of millennials when most of us fall into that millennial generation. And it's like, we want to say millennials suck and they're lazy and they don't want to do that. Actually, millennials are one of the more hardworking generations. But the thing is, we pass that off, and what we're really talking about is the younger people right now, and we're talking about, whose fault it is that they've been raised, but they're raised in a society. I remember when I was a kid, and when you were a kid, and we were all kids, like YouTube wasn't a thing. Like we didn't have these platforms where we could connect and talk, and you being in Denmark and me being in Kentucky, and people in Texas and California and Indonesia and everything would be in one chat. Like that wasn't happening when I was a kid. And so, I mean, we look at how society's changed and everything. We haven't adapted that mindset really to match what society is. So I don't know what the answer is, but I think that at the end of the day, there is no harm in any generation learning values, learning how to respect people, learning how to work. And so, I mean, that's kind of where I'm coming from. But no, I'm with you. I mean, you know, I don't know. Everything is you know kind of coming around, and we have to be mindful of how we raise our kids, and that's what I think about with my daughter. Like I want my daughter to grow up, wanting to work for things, wanting to have respect and values, and but also being a contributing member of society, having respect for herself, having respect for other people, and but we have to own that if those things aren't taught, they're not being taught by us. Let's see. James, that's why I'm grateful I was raised by my grandparents. They helped instill the respect, manners, and work ethic in my life. Man, my dad is a old-fashioned Southern man. Okay, he's been a truck driver my whole life, and when he wasn't driving his truck, he was at home farming. And so he was a truck driver and a farmer, which are both professions which take a bulk of your time away. And dude didn't even graduate high school, came about to buy his own truck, own his own trucking company, raising his own farm and crops and everything. And when I look at like what I think a success story is, what I want to pull away from, like 100%, it's being the dude who didn't graduate high school, but went on to own your own business, provide for your own self, provide for your family. That to me is the image of success. And I feel what you're saying there. Like we have to be mindful of what we're giving our kids. Eric says the world is spinning faster and faster. Things are changing so fast. Facts, man. Like real facts. Like we have to make sure that we are staying up to date as much, because and that's the thing too. Like looking at my daughter, like I'm not going to be able to help her get ready for any aspect of her life if I don't understand what the world's looking like today. So I get that. I'm with you on that. Let's see. Astrid, we just noticed the bad ones more. Yeah. I mean, and that's a fact. I mean, we, as humans, we tend to focus on the negative more than the positive. Let's see. James is 27. Hey, I'm not hating on you for being 27. I'm not saying like I said, I'm not saying anybody under 30 is just terrible. I just, I mean, I'm just kind of airing out kind of my thoughts on where it's at right now, where we're at with people. But again, I don't have all the answers. I don't have, that's my perspective as a guy in Kentucky doing specifically what I do in life. I don't know what everything looks like everywhere else. Gabe says, raising my kids how I was raised, the way society is prioritizing, it's harder to raise them with the opposite being glorified. Man, I think you have to teach your kids values. And that is, where I stand on that. You have to teach your kids values if you want them to have values as adults. Oh, you threw a pick? Game over? Eric, in the end, creativity is the last thing that the machines will be able to master. The rest of the machines will do better. Yeah, I agree to a certain extent. I mean, there are things like soft skills. Being able to have a conversation with another human, being able to empathize with a person, being able to catch, signals in people's discussions and stuff like that. Those things. I don't know that computers will ever get to that point, but I will say, um, creativity is what it comes down to. But if we ever got to a point where businesses could artificially, produce and all that stuff, I don't know what the world looks like at that point. I don't know that we're anywhere near that point. I just don't know that, artificial intelligence is doom and gloom, but I really don't think that it's feasible right now. I mean, it would be at some point. But yeah, I mean, creativity is what it comes down to. I think creativity and leadership and entrepreneurial skills, the ability to go out and carve your own path. I think those things are what it comes down to, being better. But I don't think machines naturally, inherently do everything else better. But I get where you're coming from. It won't be real and of the spirit. Elaborate on that one for me, Phil. Not sure where you're going with that, but yeah. Let's see. Alan says touchdown, Texas. Oh, Lord. We got touchdowns coming in Texas. Half this chat is Texas. Come on now. Hell says people are so afraid of artificial intelligence. I say natural stupidity is way worse. Absolutely. I'm more worried about people's actual ignorance and stupidity than I am about machines taking over the world. I've watched The Matrix. We're all ready if the machines do come. It's not going to come to that. I'm joking. Let's see. Redneck, Texas. Okay. Eric says not afraid of AI, just recognize it. No, I'm not saying that you're afraid of it. I'm just saying, I'm not personally terrified of machines. I don't see a situation where we realistically create the Matrix, and so I don't see anything that gets to the point where we need to be terrified. And at the end of the day, there are too many interactional, differences. So us having a conversation, even the tone of my voice, you can pick out things from how I'm saying something. Machines cannot do that, and there's really no way that tonality becomes a factor, because there's so much about understanding the person that you're talking to that is required for tonality. Without knowing what kind of person I am, I could sound sarcastic, from one person's frame, but in my frame, that is just what a honest response sounds like. It's just like when you talk about monotone people. Somebody may be monotoned, and so when you're having a conversation with them, they sound like they're not interested. But if that's their voice, then that's natural, whether they're interested or not. So I think there's a lot. I don't see a point where, AI really kind of takes every aspect of things from us. But I get where you're coming from. Let's see. James says, what's the difference between those who grew up without the internet and having to learn it, and those who grew up with the internet and being a big part of everyday life? Yeah, I mean, and it may be because I'm from Kentucky. I'm not saying that the internet was invented 30 years ago, but I'm saying most of my childhood I didn't have it. And even even going to dial-up internet where we had to be off the phone to use the internet, switching from that to in my more recent years having DSL broadband, the Ethernet cable connections, and everything else that's come along with that. I can tell you there is a difference in what I feel like, where I feel like my life is compared to some younger people. But to Eric's point, that is also probably an unfair criticism more often than not. I can tell you, even my wife is 6 7 years younger than me. Even the difference between kind of her view on things and mine, just kind of looking at where we came from and kind of when the internet became introduced into our lives. um, our reactions to a lot of things are different. So I think there is a difference in that accessibility. I don't feel like it's a bad thing. I don't feel like it has to be a bad thing. I just think that we have to be mindful of the pros and cons of the internet instead of just looking at the good things that it can do. Let's see. Charles said, "Has college football been woke like the NFL?" I'm not sure. I feel like to a certain extent it may have been, um, but yeah, I do not know. Astrid says AI on its own isn't bad. The danger is you need to raise the intelligence the way you raise a kid. Tyler said teach it core values. If you want to mass produce them, it will take too long. Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm going. I mean, values need to be at the base of what we're doing anytime we're creating, expanding, all these things, in my mind. Build creativity by machines. Okay, that's what you were talking about. It won't be real and of the spirit. Okay, yeah, and you know, I would say, and I know it's a work of fiction. If anybody hasn't read 1984, I would strongly encourage you to read 1984, because when I look at it like a mass-produced society, and kind of where especially when we start talking about AI, but we start taking phasing out the human element of things. If you haven't read 1984, I would strongly recommend it. Eric says things continue to change. Jobs will continue to go to cheaper machines. Profit can be made switching from human work to machine work. Yeah, it absolutely will, and that's the thing. It's where that cost benefit analysis really runs in. If it is more beneficial to a company, to a producer, to use a machine than it is for human labor, that will absolutely be the path that they take. I 100% agree with you on that. I just don't think most industries have that technology in place right now. Let's see. What else did we have on the list to check out for this live stream? Let's see. And Eric says college sports didn't have to bargain with athletes the way that pro sports do. No, and that's kind of where it comes into. When we look at pro sports, we have to be mindful of the fact that we are actively paying, you know, people, humans, to play a game millions of dollars a year. And I don't, it doesn't matter which political side that you are on that. If you don't have a problem with the fact that someone is being paid millions of dollars a year to play a game, I mean, I would like to have that discussion with somebody, because and this has nothing to do with the NFL being woke or anything else, but a real thought from my perspective, and one that I've always thought about, and I love pro sports. Don't get me wrong, I support pro sports at least as much as, if not more than, college sports. But I have a real problem with the fact that you and I could go out and play football right now. But someone in the world, and people may find entertainment from watching us play football. Somewhere in the world, someone is making millions of dollars to do what we could do. I don't know. I don't like the pay scales in the NFL, the NBA, and stuff like that. Um, Hell asks if anyone is watching tennis. If so, what do you think of the US Open? I do not watch tennis. I will not pretend to have an opinion on tennis. But if anyone in the chat does have an opinion on tennis, I would like to see their thoughts in response to your question. So one thing you need to remember, they can't keep their occupation as long as we can. Get past 30 and you'll start being a liability to your team. So that is true. But one thing I will say, Astrid, in response to that though, they also all do go through college. They have valid degrees, and so they do have in theory, they're all setting themselves up for career paths that aren't necessarily related to their pro sports. So while I get what you're saying, because especially a running back, which is what I played in football, especially as a running back, you are going to wear down quicker because, you know, a running back is like in the NFL, let's take for an example, a running back in the NFL, I mean, you've got maybe like 5 years before your legs start slowing down, your elusiveness slows down, you can't truck, juke, whatever as well. But the problem with that is you also have a valid degree setting up a valid career path. So I don't know that I fully agree with where you're going there. Let's see, 1983, a merman. I should turn to be Jimi Hendrix without the machines taking over. Let's see. Gabe says, my perspective on the topic is, in a capitalist country, what interests people is what money is being spent on. Money they're given. Hey, and I agree with that too. I agree 100% with that. The fact is, if we are willing to spend the money on the hats and the jerseys and the shirts and everything, there should not be an artificial cap to what people can make. And so if that is the kind of revenue that we are generating to people, absolutely. If that is what these teams have in their budget to be able to spend on these athletes, fair game. But I'm just saying, you know, I do have concerns. Do have concerns about that amount of money. I mean, but it's not my place to, because at the end of the day, I'm a capitalist pig, and I do agree with capitalism. I do agree with it in the fullest extent. And if they have that platform and they have that ability and that talent to raise that amount of money, I agree with you. I mean, it's not my place to say they shouldn't be paid that. I do think it's a ridiculous amount. I don't understand how we're at a point where, you know, we contribute that amount of revenue to these professional organizations, but I get it and I agree with you on that. All entertainment, sports, music, acting, etc. The top gets crazy pay. Yeah, they do. Let's see. The best protest is with money. Don't spend time or money on what is worth it. They'll get paid with other people watching and buying jerseys. Yeah, I mean, you know, the thing is, I mean, at the end of the day, support what you support. And I have no problem with that. I wouldn't tell anybody that they're wrong for that. It's just like, you know, as an NFL fan, we had that situation a couple of years ago, you know, talking about kneeling during the anthem and stuff. And so, you know, my perspective, and you guys know my perspective, not trying to turn anyone off or turn this into a political debate. My perspective, as someone who served in the Army for 8 years, as somebody who cares about the country and liberties, you know, I have a lot of respect for the flag. And I would not personally kneel for the flag, but here's what you can't ignore, and this is what's going to be unpopular for people who agree with me. You cannot ignore that the key, you know, tenet behind that, and it's part of every argument, one of the rights that we defend, that we stand for, and one of the rights that that flag stands for, is the right of people to kneel during it. the right of people to disrespect it. I mean, it's just like when we have that Christian versus Muslim conversation. I cannot defend my rights as a Christian in America, my right to freely worship and all that, if I don't also acknowledge that Muslims have a right to gather and protest or whatever in support of their faith in Kentucky. And so, I mean, when we come down to it, what we have to look at is America that bastion of freedom? And I think it is. And so when we're talking about why do I respect the flag so much? Because it represents that freedom. It represents my freedom to uphold it and make sure that I don't disrespect it absolutely as much as it defends the right of someone who wants to kneel for it or take it down or burn it, whatever the case may be. And as an aside to that, I have the right at that point, if I disagree with what that person is doing, I'm not gonna support that person. And that's kind of where I go with that is if I don't agree with what the NFL is doing, then I'm not going to support the NFL that year. I'm not going to support them at that time. But it's not my right to say Colin Kaepernick can't kneel during the anthem. Like that is his right. You know what I mean? Charles says, thank you for the awesome stream, but I got to go. Bless you all. Yeah, God bless you too, brother. And I appreciate you hanging out with us too. But yeah, 100%. Thanks for hanging out and chatting with us and all that. Appreciate you stopping by, joining in. Let's see. Let me catch back up. Skipped ahead a little bit for that. The best protest is with money. It is, and that's what it comes down to. They'll get paid from the people who support them, and that's the thing. If you don't support it, don't support it. You know what I mean? From the Electric Ladyland album, worth a listen. I'll definitely make sure to add that. Let me go ahead and add that. Actually, 1983 by Jimi Hendrix, because I don't think I've heard that one. I've heard a lot of Jimi Hendrix, but I don't know that I've heard that one. Let's see here. Let's see. Amy says, disagree on demand dictating supply entirely, especially in Hollywood. They are catering to teenagers mostly instead of educating them. Better quality movies, but similar with music. Yeah, and that's the thing. We have to take into account a lot of this too, especially in entertainment. Not necessarily on like a channel like mine, but I mean, any kind of entertainment, whether we're looking at YouTube, we're looking at music, we're looking at Hollywood, whatever the case, a lot of times they are appealing to teenagers who may not, be looking into all this stuff, but it still gets the views, and that's where we go back to the conversation about what are we teaching kids. And parents have the ultimate say on whether their kid is going to watch that movie, whether they're going to, Cuties is a perfect example. If you guys know about the Netflix Cuties movie and all that, the whole thing around that, like Netflix makes this movie that universally most people don't agree with. And so, what do we do in that situation? So Netflix is making this movie, but who pays for the Netflix subscription? And so who keeps the Netflix subscription going? Do I have an active Netflix subscription? Yeah, I do. And so, when we're looking at that and we're thinking about, what are we supporting? It's still, even though kids may not have an issue with that, there may be a discussion about, how does that impact the discussion of movies or anything like that. At the end of the day, if I choose to keep that subscription, if I choose to give my children access to that subscription, I mean, those things are still getting to them in that way, and so that's kind of a thought that I feel like we have to take into account with that. But I think ultimately, the demand does dictate what, or the supply, or blah, the demand does dictate what is coming from the supply, because if enough people are outraged by that, then it does cause an issue for Netflix eventually. Let's see. Let's see. Where did I get to? Alan was saying, okay, hang on. So Phil said, yes, freedom of speech and thought. Freedom of speech and thought is important. It doesn't matter if you disagree with me. You have that freedom. And that's, at the end of the day, I will defend your freedom to disagree with me. And I do not care how ardently you disagree. You have the right to disagree with me. You have the right to your speech, your freedom, your thought, as much as I have the right to mine. Even if I can't stand your position on something, that is still the number one freedom that you have in this country. Let's see. Alan says we don't have those rights in a place of business. Freedom of speech is freedom from government sanction, not freedom from repercussions for your speech. Yeah, exactly. And that's one thing that comes down. A private business. We talked about masks last time. I don't care so much about the masks, but my employer, my business requires that we wear a mask on the premise. If I want to keep my day job, when I go into work, I have to put it on. It doesn't matter how I feel about it outside of work. And so, I mean, the question is, are you okay with that? Well, for me, it's a matter of I have to provide for my family, so it doesn't matter if I'm okay with that. I'm going to comply with that business. I probably, shouldn't, in my role with my company, can't wear a Mises shirt, not this one, but Mises has another shirt that I have that says defund the media. Should I wear that into my place of business? No, I shouldn't. And so I mean, when we come down to it, it's still those businesses who care about the image and everything are going to ensure that that's not happening in their place of business, and it's their right to do so. um, but outside of that, as a private citizen, are you entitled to certain freedoms? Absolutely. But it's not that distinction right there to say, just because I have a freedom of speech, I have a freedom of thought, whatever, I can go anywhere and do anything. If you want to keep a job, you have to abide by the rules of that business. Um, let's see, and then you followed up with, I don't get to say everything I want or I get fired. Yeah, and that's a fact. And I mean, that's where it comes into, but that again is a private agreement between, if we're talking about the NFL and the NFL Players Association, that's still an agreement that they have with those players. If that's not something that they've agreed that players will lose their position for, I mean, players still have the right, in uniform, whatever the case may be. If that is the view of the NFL, they have the right to do that job. And it comes down to how much we disagree with it, whether or not it has an impact on that. But again, that's because they get their revenue through the interest in their product. Astrid said, I agree with you, Amy. In ancient Greece, they had a group of people deciding what tragedies they would show to the people, with the logic that if the common people get to decide what they will never, or with the logic that if the common people get to decide what to see, they will never get more intelligent or learn. Yeah, and backing up again, I mean, there does need to be some form of, well, well, let me, okay. So again, I think that complete freedom kind of drives away from that. And you guys know that I'm a libertarian. I don't agree in the regulation. if you want to read Mein Kampf, whatever you want to read, I mean, I have a copy in my personal library of Mein Kampf. Do I agree with Hitler? No, I don't at all. But is it important to kind of expose yourself to those contrary opinions? Yeah, especially as a historian with a a history degree, a vested interest in history, a vested interest in our future. You know, do I benefit from learning from a contrary opinion? Absolutely. Let's see. But we have to, the thing is too, we have to take it on ourselves to expose ourselves to those contrary opinions. It can't just be, I want to live in an echo chamber where everyone around me agrees with my views. There's no benefit in that. It's just like I've talked in this channel before. I want you, if you disagree with me, talk to me about it. Like, let's have that conversation. I do not benefit from just listening to my own views. And at the end of the day, I mean, if we take this to a point, if we can have an open dialogue, I learn more from hearing from somebody who disagrees with me. And if my convictions are not strong enough in my own personal beliefs to overcome that at the end, I can either change my mind or accept that maybe I was wrong, let's see. Eric said, some people believe that symbols are the same as what they are symbols of. The flag and the anthem are not the country. I die for this country, but not for the flag and the anthem. Yeah, and so I have respect for the symbols, but it's what they represent that drives their respect, I think, is the key that I would really push out on my personal views of those things. Let's see. Astrid says, so you take the time to sit with your kid and watch the movies? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll say my kid is not far from myself or my wife at any point in time. She doesn't watch anything on her own, but she's also 2, so I mean, the media that my daughter is consuming is a lot different than like an older kid or a teenager or something. But I never plan to have a point in my life where I don't have that open dialogue with her, or that I don't give her the freedom that I want, which is the freedom to make her own decisions about things. But yeah, I mean, we 100%. My wife and I don't agree on everything, and we shouldn't. We are 2 individual, independent people. And so, I mean, if she doesn't agree with me, we're going to have a conversation about something. But I think the important thing is with kids, especially if they're engaging in some media like that, you need to have a conversation with them and see kind of what you're looking at, what you're going through, and answer the questions they may not understand. I mean, literally, our kids are the future of our world. Like, you can't say, okay, at some point I was 2 years old, at some point I was 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. Like, if somebody never explained the things that I didn't understand to me, I would not be a functioning member of society today. And we owe that to the next generation of people. Phil, just hanging out at home, indoor dartboard, so to speak. Anyway, I got time just hanging out. Yep. Appreciate you hanging out. I'm enjoying the conversation. I always enjoy, you guys always bring these conversations. And I love how we get to this point where we're having, these really philosophical discussions. Because I don't feel like this is a lot of what we get into during the reactions a ton. But I really appreciate you guys bringing these different thoughts here during these live streams 100%. Let's see. Hell says, I had more of a problem with their sensationalist marketing of the movie in the US than the movie itself. I haven't watched the movie. I have thought about it. My wife and I have talked about it. Let me know what you guys think, honestly. Would you guys be down to check out, like, if I did a reaction to Cuties? Because I've always wanted to do movie reviews, I have an active Netflix subscription, and my wife and I have discussed it, and it may be something interesting to do because I've talked about cuties, and I saw a challenge on Facebook the other day. It was one of my friends on Facebook had posted, everybody's talking about cuties, but how many of you have actually taken the time to watch it while you're saying all these things? And I'll be real, like, I have no desire to watch the movie from what I've heard about it, but if you guys were interested in my thoughts, I have no problem watching the movie and doing a reaction and giving you guys my genuine thoughts. Um, that said, like, it's I don't want to do it. I don't want to act like I'm doing it just to like draw more attention to the channel or anything. Like, if I did it, I would want to know that there's interest in doing it. But yeah, I mean, it's something my wife and I have talked about. I started to do it one day, and then I thought about it. I was like, I don't know that I want to watch this. So let me know what you guys think about it, because I can't say if my problem is more with the marketing or if it's with the opinion, because everything that I know about the movie is genuinely based on hearsay. So I don't know how to 100% respond to that. So I should add that disclaimer and say, while I'm talking about cuties and I'm talking about issues with the movie, my issue is with the idea of what I think the movie is about, but I don't know. Let's see. Say outrage is a form of advertising. It is, absolutely. People people sometimes think that freedom of speech gives you the right to use hate speech. That's just not true. I think that with freedom of speech, you have to accept repercussions for what you are willing to say. And I do think that to a certain extent, hateful rhetoric, hateful comments, things like that remove themselves over time. Depends on what you think hate speech is, because to me, hate speech, and this is just me being 100% transparent and giving my opinion. To me, hate speech does not exist. Either something you say is hateful or it is not. But I mean, when you talk about inflammatory comments about different lifestyle choices, different races, different sexualities, all those things. The fact is, at the end of the day, we're in a society right now. I love and respect people equally. Most people love and respect people equally, and so to have a designator of hate speech is an issue for me, because what you are saying is either hateful and will naturally turn people away from your cause, away from your message, or it will not. And so in terms of hate speech as a term, I don't really agree with that existing. And so when I do look at freedom of speech, you know, I do think that you have freedom of all speech, but you also have to accept with that, repercussions for things that you will say or do. Um, Eric says, "I wish we could stop hate speech," and on that same note, I do also agree that there is no place for hateful speech in our society. I think we're advanced to the point where we should be able to accept and evaluate people and comments and such based on what is included in them, not what is around that, or any kind of classifications, because you automatically say it's hate speech for me to say something inflammatory to somebody of a different race. You automatically invite discrimination into the discussion when you create that distinction in that line. And so I don't think that those designators have a place. But again, that's my opinion. And also, I should say, I'm not a person who uses hate speech, so maybe my opinion is not taking into account the people who fall into the lower spectrums of our society. Let's see. Eric, that is the root of all evil for real. Again, I agree and disagree depending on the context. Let's see. Phil says the media should not be pushing anarchy, period. I can agree with that. I don't think anarchy benefits anyone. James says it's important to be well informed. Those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Yes, and historically we have made a ton of mistakes because of people who are uneducated about history. Astrid says you learn much more from dialogue than monologue. When you all agree, it basically becomes a monologue. Absolutely. Like I said, I never want to be in an echo chamber in any aspect of my life. I want to hear what other people think. I think when you watch, or when you get to their teen years time, but if I did have an issue. Okay. We're good. We're good. We haven't been taken down for opening the conversation up too broadly now. Alright. Alright. Let me see. Where was I at here? Okay. Learn more from dialogue than a monologue. Yeah, I don't want to be in an echo chamber. 100%. Astrid said, think when you get to 13 years. So what I was saying, my daughter's 2 right now. When she's 16, I'm not going to be following her around everywhere. I'm not going to pretend that I will. I have no desire to. There comes a point in your life where either I have taught you these values at this point, or you're on your own. So yeah, I understand what you're going to. That said, I mean, there is a place for discussion, and so I mean, if like a 16-year-old, is wondering about something or looking for that reinforcement, I'm still going to reinforce those values in them. Let's see. Alan says, I have some friends that have 11-year-old girl. No cable TV, no electronics during the school week, no social medias except Facebook Messenger. Kids, she does play Roblox. And I don't know that I agree with shutting someone off from like completely or anything like that. My thing is, like, again, especially 11, 12, 13, 14, especially like 16 on, you just have to trust that you've raised someone well enough to have those values. Astrid can't watch in Denmark. Would watch it if it was possible on Danish Netflix to form my own opinion. Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm at. Like I said, if you guys are interested in seeing my thoughts on it, obviously I wouldn't post like a 2-hour long reaction, but like I would post at least like a review, some thoughts on what's going on in the movie, if you guys are interested. Phil says brainwashing for a long time. Look at Andy Griffith's show 60 years ago. He and his girlfriend and the town nurse convinced the town hold out on the vaccine. They get to see him in their way. and television has a lot of control over some thought process, especially entertainment for younger people is important. El says, you're back. Maybe we should go back to I don't mind the darker topics, and that's the thing. Like, I don't mind the disagreement, and I really hope no one in my community is upset over the disagreements. I mean, like I said, I do have my opinions, and I will voice my opinions. And anyone else, is free to voice their opinions, even if they disagree with me. Even if you disagree with me, you're welcome to do so. I don't have a single issue with that happening in this chat on this channel. I want you to know that just because we disagree on something by no means means that I don't want to continue to exist in a society with you. I just, those are my views, and I want you to understand my justification behind them. But yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I mean, I don't know that YouTube is kicking us. It has been a little bit suspicious today. With the first live stream and with this one, it has been very suspicious the times where YouTube has decided that it is going to glitch on us, let's say. Let's see. James says, just had to refresh the stream is all. Eric says, anarchy is an impossible myth. The strong and are smart will always rule the rest. Yeah, anarchy doesn't work. I mean, you have to have a governing body. And if you look at true anarchy, you know, you're going down a rabbit hole where you're talking about, okay, if people have no protection, no representation, if there's no form of taxation, nothing. I mean, how do the roads stay serviceable? How do we what is our country? You know what I mean? Like anyone who says they support anarchy, I would like to know what they honestly think anarchy is, because it doesn't work. You know what I mean? Like it's not that it doesn't work, it's that it doesn't exist. It's like trying to imagine nothingness. Like imagine nothingness. You can't, because even if you're imagining black, if you're imagining the absence of color, if you're imagining that thing that you see when you close your eyes and you can't see anything else, you're still not imagining nothingness. And so when we're talking about when you're talking about the absence of government, absence of anything like that, you're talking about the absence of anything that would bind people together as a country. Like, get out of here. Anarchy's not real. True anarchy is not real. Now, these different anarchic systems, whatever, some of them sound more like libertarian systems, but exactly. And Hell just nailed it right on the bat. Anarchy is a bigger utopia than Marxism. Because at the end of the day, in a perfect world, people wouldn't need to be governed. But guess what? People do. And it's just like socialism. When we're talking about Marxism, we're talking about, these perfect systems where everything is provided to everybody, and everybody gives based on their ability and takes based on their need. In a perfect world, it's fantastic and it's great. But we don't live in a perfect world. It gets abused in this world that we do live in. And so it doesn't work because it gets abused. That's really, in my mind, what it comes down to. Let's see. We got some comments about people watching us. Yeah, they are watching the YouTube overlords. Then you prayed. Hey, maybe that prayer brought us through. Gabe, welcome back. Let's see. Redneck, I got the cash. Just got the Cash App card. Do I need to set up a pin for it? Does it run like a normal? I have no idea. I have no idea how Cash App works. I've never used it. Maybe somebody else in the chat can help you out. If you guys know anything about how Cash App works, make sure you help Redneck out a little bit. Hell says anarchy. Oh, we already read that one. Astrid says, did you get an online one or did you get it shipped to you? Redneck says, have you heard Savannah Dexter and Gator song? Yeah, I've got a reaction to Savannah Dexter and Gator Bravo's song. Let's see. I'll shoot you a link. I'll give you a spoiler alert too. I really enjoyed it. Let's see. Hell says debit card, not credit card. James says power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts. Absolutely. Yes, absolutely it does. Eric says you need perfect people for a perfect world. I know of no perfect person. We need 8 billion perfect. Nailed it, brother. I mean that's what it comes down to. Like, and that's where I go into all the time too, saying like all these different political ideologies, you can't nail down which one is the answer, because at the end of the day, like whatever our system is, we can all have different opinions. There is not a perfect system because we are not perfect people. If we were perfect people, absolutely, let's do the Marxism, let's do, the anarchy, let's do all those things, because they're fantastic in a perfect world, but we're not perfect people. Come on now. Okay. If you guys missed it, Redneck said that his was mailed. Phil says, God bless you and yours. I appreciate that super chat, Phil. You absolutely don't have to send it, didn't have to. But I do absolutely appreciate it. God bless you and yours as well. Let's see. There's a cash pin that needs to be set up. Okay. She helping Redneck out. A debit card should work like a normal credit card, except you can't go in minus, at least the ones I have. Okay. Perfection does get boring. Yes, it does. Listen, I'm a very flawed human, and that's one thing that I pointed out several times. I mean, if we're talking about in regards to, my views, my past, my life, my faith, whatever aspect you look at, I personally am a very flawed human. And if you are not willing to admit that you are also a flawed human, then you are just not being realistic with yourself or with the world around you. Because at the end of the day, I mean, we are flawed people, and that's just the reality of it. All right, and Hell said, Redneck, first you need to activate your card, then you need to log into the app and set up the pin. You want to be in a video, buddy? James says, mistakes sometimes make for the best stories. They do. They also make for the best lessons. I will tell you guys, and I have no bones about telling you guys this. In 2015, I think, 2015, I got a DUI. And I tell people about that a lot. Um, even in my day job, where I'm supposed to be professional and kind of stand these things out. The fact is, I got that DUI, and that was the greatest lesson I ever learned in my life. Because what I realized that came from that, I didn't realize I had a drinking problem up until that point. I didn't realize that, like, I was being reckless in so many different aspects of my life. I really had thought up until then. I'm like, I think I maybe have like one or two drinks a day. I drink with dinner, and then while I'm playing some games afterward or something. And I didn't see kind of where the pain was coming out of that until I was at a bachelor party. I let myself go a little bit too much, and overestimated my tolerance and all that. And one thing that I realized from that, though, like, that really helped me kind of get a lot of things in my life in perspective. Um, and I think sometimes those points where we hit our rock bottom, because when I got it, I really fell to my rock bottom. My license was suspended. I couldn't rely on myself for anything. I had to call somebody if I needed a ride somewhere or needed to do something. And I think that was kind of the point in my life where I realized, some positive changes that I had to make. And when we're talking about those positive changes, what do you really learn if you don't hit rock bottom from that point? Like, what do you see? You can hear me talk about it all day, but what are you really taking from it if you don't learn the lesson? And I hope you can learn the lesson from someone else, but there are some lessons you can't learn from being taught. You have to learn those from experience. So I agree. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so not the same as here then. Thanks, Amy. So what had happened was yeah, exactly. I'm a stumble bum, but I recovered quickly. Same. I've learned a ton of lessons from stumbling. Astrid says, what was just about to write that. You learn more from your mistakes. Now we're working on Cash Apps some more. Alan says, reason why I bristle at the lyric in the old song, Spirit in the Sky. Never been a sinner. I never sinned. Come on now. Yeah, everyone has fallen down. Everyone has done that wrong thing. James Fellows says, experience is the best teacher. Yes, it is. Astrid says, I was thinking about Emily Sunday. Heaven, oh heaven. I'm wake with good intentions, but the day it always lasts too long. The day will outlast your good intentions. If not, the week will. up, buddy? You want to be in a video? Want to say hi to everybody? You want to say hi? Come here. Come here. My dog likes to stay curled up at my feet while I'm making videos, while I'm doing the lives, all that. It's time for him to say hi. Boy, you need a bath. You smell like a hamster. You wanna look back? You gotta look over there. He's not too happy about it. I woke him up from his third nap today, so he's protesting right now silently. You want to say hi? You want to look over and say hi? Say hi. Yeah, buddy. Here, I'll let you go back down for another nap. Let's see. My dog's name is Barkley. That one is Tiny. I've got Jax and John as well on the dog side. So all my dogs are rescue dogs except for John. I bought John the first weekend after I got out of the army because I needed a homie. And so all my dogs and my cats are rescue animals. Now my reptiles, I purchased all of those except for one. One was given to me kind of because the guy who had it before couldn't really keep up with it anymore. But yeah, I love animals. I don't know how you guys feel. 100% I'm about the aminals. You only have pigeons on your balcony? Nothing wrong with that. Listen, so I'm the worst, okay? I know, like, when there's a bird nest on your gutters or something, you're supposed to tear them down. I have, on all four corners of my house, I have a bird nest on top of the gutters because I see them and I cannot bring myself to tear them down. I just think to myself, oh, but but they're building like their little house and they may have a baby in there or something. So, it's really hard for me to tear down bird nests or anything like that. I'll leave them up. I've got all four corners of the house, and then right outside this door that is just out of frame right here, I have a spotlight that goes out to kind of show my backyard, and there's a bird nest on top of that too. And so, like, I'm bad. Some people say you should tear them down. I just can't. Like, I love animals. I live in Kentucky. Like, we're supposed to be communing with nature in Kentucky. You know what I mean? Let's see. Astrid, yeah, I'm keeping them. I don't like chasing them out. They're so cute. Same. Alan, I like animals. I just don't have any. I don't want to take care of them. If you don't want to take care of them, that's a good sign that you shouldn't have any. I love all of mine, and definitely take care of them. Let's see. Hell says, that is so awesome. I love cats, like all animals, but cats rule. I'm not 100% about the cats. I don't love cats, but I have two of them. And one of them, I don't know if I've told you guys the story about my cat Trash Can. That's my younger cat that I named. But I do love Trash Can. And Trash Can's made a few entrances on my shoulder. He randomly likes to jump up. He's a shoulder cat. And so he likes to hang out stretched across your shoulders while you go about daily tasks. Let's see. James says over 4 hours of live stream. We hit 6 last time. And the goal, according to Gabe, was 8 this time. But we haven't made it there yet. Let's see. Phil says Barkley was given to me by his owner She can no longer care for him. I used to dog sit with him, so we were both pleased. Yeah. Yeah, and that's kind of the good situation. So Tani, the one that I had in my lap, he was actually gonna be homeless. So I indirectly rescued him. I say that they're all rescues. His owners at the time were gonna be, and this was in 2012, 2013 or so. And so his owners were they were moving to a house, and I worked in the town that they lived in, and they'd given them to their neighbor, which was my boss, and he already had 7 dogs. So he asked if anybody would be interested in taking them, and I said yeah. I said, let me come over and see him. I'll take him. And I'd actually gotten him for a girl that I was with at the time. I was gonna give him away to her and their family because they were looking for another dog. And he just kind of grew on me. They didn't want him, and so I ended up keeping him. And so he became my little rescue doggy. Um, I tell people I saved him from being homeless, but he sleeps in the back of my leg every night, and like you can't turn that down. Let's see. Used to have a cat, Tigra. When she died, my heart almost broke. I've 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 cried over so many dead animals in my life. Like I feel that. Son is sadly allergic to cats. That is sad. Did you ever look up my ancestors' ghost story? I did. I looked it up during the last live stream. Did you leave us early? I looked up that story while you were on here. Still, I think. Cats are actually smart. Most people, but people don't spend much time teaching them things. I don't know. I love them. I will say the most impressive thing about cats to me is that like they immediately, if you have a litter box, you just rub their feet in the sand, and they immediately like jump in and will use the bathroom and stuff, and that blows my mind because with a dog it's like a months long training process to teach them to wait until you put them on a leash and take them outside. Alan says he missed it. Ah, what's the name again? Let's talk about it on this live stream. I'm liking these slower topics, but hang on. Actually, I typed myself a note with the name. I think. Yeah. No. So that is Sager Fredericks. Hang on. I've got somewhere. I've got a link. Johann Barney Stagner. Let's talk about Johann Barney Stagner. Let's see if we can find something. See if we can find a video to watch together. Wait, did I spell that wrong? Johann Barney Stagner. Let me just copy what you typed. Are there not YouTube videos about this? John Barney Stagner. That's what we're looking for. Let's see if that brings up anything. Alright. So let's go right here. Complete. Oh, this is from the Completely Kentucky wiki page. Is this the right one? This is the right one. Yeah. Johann Bernhard John Barney Stagner was born in Rheinland-Pfalz, Germany. He moved his family to the fort at Harrodsburg because of constant conflict with Indians. Captain James Harrod named Stagner as keeper of the Fort Springs. They were located about a half-mile from the fort. His task was aggravated by the young boys who liked to throw rocks and gourds in the spring to tease Old Man Stagner. He was in his 60s. John Barney apparently believed that he led a charmed life often bragging, "The Indians can't kill me, I'm too old." One day, during an Indian attack, he made his remark to James Ray, who suggested that they hoist John Barney to the top of the fort to see what would happen. John Barney begged to be excused and quickly changed the subject, but probably didn't change his mind. A short time later, on the night of June 22nd, 1777, almost 1 year after our nation came into existence, he took his horse outside the fort to graze against Herod's instructions and repeated warnings. He was killed by Indians at the springs. They cut off his head and placed it on a pole outside the fort. It was 3 days before his body could be recovered for burial. For years after that, superstition had it that old Barney's headless ghost could be seen around the old fort spring on moonlight nights. John Barney was buried at Old Fort Cemetery, about 1/8 mile from where he was killed. The will of John Barney Stagner, written in October 10th, 1775. Okay, no, he wrote the will before he died. Yeah, that makes sense. On file in Rowan County, North Carolina, names his wife Elizabeth, 2 sons, and 6 daughters. His entire estate was left to his wife and his youngest son, James Barney. The oldest son, John, and the 6 daughters were left 1 shilling lawful money. Great Britain. Yo, that's dirty. That is dirty. He cut them out altogether. Let's see. Let's see if Ghost Story. I want to see what we got about some ghost stories here. Come on now. I'm not seeing the good ones. So like the ghost stories that we have in here, it looks like it's talking about for a few years after, but you told me, I believe, that it's still a ghost story, right? Out near Harrodsburg. So I actually have an aunt that lives in Harrodsburg. And so I'd meant to ask her. I had an aunt who passed away a couple of weeks ago. I'd meant to ask her when we were all talking about that if she had heard this story. Ooh, let's look at the notes on this one. Born at the Palatine region of Germany in 1714 as Johann Bernhard. Johann Bernhard Stigner. Germany was in constant turmoil in that period because of religious wars, military oppression, drought, and famine. The reason John Barney and his wife Elizabeth decided to leave is unknown. In 1738, let's see, this isn't telling me. Daniel Boone and his family reached Boonesboro. Ah, that's what you told me. You were telling me about him and Daniel Boone being tied together. Okay. Yeah, but no, I definitely looked this up during the last one. Let's see. This hymn has been a few years. I can't remember where it was. Yes, I'll try and find something. Hell says, "Hey, you awesome people. Thanks for hanging out. I have to go now. Enjoy your weekend. Thanks for everything." Well, thank you for hanging out. I'm sad to see you go. I'm genuinely sad to see you go. Might make me shed a little tear because you're abandoning us. But, you know. Okay. Astrid says, "Take care, Amy." I mean, go ahead. Just go ahead and abandon us if you'd like. That's okay. I'll find you. I'll be sending you a personalized message on Patreon later anyway, so that's fine. I will find you. Let me look at the stream health. We've kind of slowed down. What do you guys think? Do you guys think we call it a day? Let's see what we get right here. Phil says, "Another dimension. Yes, of course they exist. Our frequency of the mind. You can tune in like it or not. No difference from dimensions of demons. One's not occupying anyone. Yeah, I think, from a secular or religious perspective, I think that there is a conversation to be had about, ghost stories, whether you're talking about, whether it's demons, whether it's the spirits of the dead, whatever the case may be in that. I think that there is credence, flexible in there for either side of that. Let's see, Phil says, sure, got things to do now. We already know that hell is leaving us, so I'm good with calling it a day if you guys are. Oh, wait. Didn't we talk? Do we not have... Hang on. Hell, are you still here? Because I think we have one more thing to do before you bounce. Ah, we do. We do. Alright, so I've got one more song I want to hit up during this live stream for the 10 of you who are still around. There's a whole lot more that we don't know than there is that we do know. Absolutely. And Phil is still here. So one thing I do want to hit up. Oh, no need to listen to it. No. That was one of my goals for this live stream. We've hit all the rest of them. We have to hit up Detox before you leave. So, I mean, you can leave if you want to, but we're hitting up Detox today on this live stream. So, let's get this one knocked out real quick, and then we'll go ahead and call it a stream, and we'll call it a day. So, we are hitting up Detox by H. Let me pause this fun music that's going on. And let's get it.
Sorry, I'm leaving in a hurry. I've had enough, don't worry, you've got nothing I need.
I like this one. This one's got a different kind of step to it. I like it. The beat is a little bit different. You're kind of... Okay. What are you sorry for, though?
Don't worry, you've got nothing I need. Sorry, but I don't think I'll miss you. I'm happy not to please you. It's hard to believe. Stop it, I won't get sentimental. We're so beyond repair now, can go back to the start. Stop it, don't wait to see my meltdown. Another nervous breakdown, just hear me out. Once more before I'm gone, no. Don't wanna work it out, I need detox now to get you out of my system.
Ooh, I like that. I like that the Detox is talking about a relationship. We're talking about, hey, I need to be able to get you out of my system. I need like this time away to be able to get you out of my system, because I mean, especially when we're talking about a relationship, we're talking about somebody that's like ingrained. If you've spent a few years together, a little bit of time together, we're talking about, you become one with that person. You become like connected to that person, tied to that person. And so we're really talking about, hey, I need some time away just to flush you out. I got you.
Now to get you out of my system. Don't wanna play it hard, I need detox now. Just want you out of my system. Get out of my system. Right now, it's not my situation.
Y'all caught me off guard with that instrumental right there. Like, I was expecting us to stay hot, and then we go back to the dun. Come on now.
Right now, it's not my situation. I get out. I hate to please you. Don't try to stop me. What if I miss you? I need my way out. Don't wanna please you. Don't wanna work it out. I need detox now to get you out of my system. Don't wanna play it hard. I need detox now. Just want you out of my system. Don't wanna work it out. I need detox now to get you out of my system. Don't wanna play it hard. I need detox now. Just want you out of my system. Don't wanna work it out. What if I miss you? Just wanna get out. I hate to please you. Don't get out me. What if I miss you? I need my way out. Don't wanna please you. Get out of my system.
Whew. Hang on. We jump into another one. Hey, I like it. Okay? Like, so far you've had something negative to say about every one of your songs, but I've yet to see anyone on my channel say anything bad about it. And we have now officially hit up all 6 of the songs that you sent me from your demos. And so far I've thought that they're all fantastic. That one included. Like, I think you had good lyrics in that. You have a nice writing style. And I think you have an absolutely beautiful voice. And I mean, you can disagree all you want to. That's fine. So far, no, there's 6. There's not 5. See, look. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, you're right. There's 5. Are you sure? Have you deleted one? Let's see. Love Divine, Detox, Broken Halo, Cry, All of Me. No, yeah, because Love Divine was the one that we did the reaction to. We hit up. All of Me was the one that I'd heard before. We hit up the other 3 plus All of Me on the live. Maybe I'm thinking about 6 because we did. I had the one that I'd heard before, and we did the live stream with that one as well. Well, fine. I think they sound fantastic. I think everybody in here has agreed all day, and so far I've not seen a single person say that they didn't like any of your songs, and I've personally enjoyed them as well. And I have a reaction channel, so you know, like I kind of have an opinion on these things. I think you've done a fantastic job, though. I think your music is beautiful. I think you have a beautiful voice, and you know, I'm definitely with it. So, but like I said earlier, we'll end the live stream on that one. We've been going for a few hours. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. I know you guys got some things you got to take care of, and I probably need to see my kid at some point today. So, we'll go ahead and call it on that one. But I do think you have a beautiful voice. I think that was a good song. I think they've all been great songs. I mean, that's my honest opinion. And supposedly you want my honest opinion. So, let's see. Eric says, so long, AT. I will be in contact with you, Eric. As always, appreciate all of the patrons. And so, definitely, we got a new month coming up, so we got to start rolling out some requests. If you guys are interested in being patrons for the month of October, make sure that y'all hit it up in the next few days before October rolls around. Hell, thank you for letting me play some of your music. I really enjoy it. Like I said, I hope I mean, I don't know if you're being sarcastic when you say you'll definitely get back to it after the Seco boost, but I promise, like, I enjoy it. I think other people enjoy it, and I will definitely do what I can to help promote your music if you get back into it. I think you're fantastic. I think you should be singing, and I'm looking forward to hearing something new from you. Alan, it's been great talking to you. I'll definitely get back to you on Twitter. For everybody else who has come, who has joined, who has watched this at a later date, appreciate all you guys hanging out with me, joining in the chat. Let's do this last little, let's look at all the participants right now. This last little shout out to everybody. Shout out to Alan G, Amy Lee Forever, which is hell, Astrid Ross, Eric H, and Phil Hendrickson. Thank you guys for closing out this chat with me. And I'm glad you're not being sarcastic, hell, because I do. I really enjoy it. And I would tell you, I think I have told you, like, the minor critiques that I had about things. So, I mean, I would tell you if there was more that I don't like about it. But I think it's fantastic. I think you're doing everybody a disservice for not keeping this music going. You be making some new stuff. But I appreciate all you guys. And don't forget, next Saturday, we are going to have St. Mises, the author of this t-shirt and song. If you haven't heard this song, go hit up the reaction to it for sure. But do not forget, next Saturday, noon Eastern time, me and St. Mises, we're going to be sitting down. So, looking forward to catching all your guys' questions at that time. Even if they challenge, like, the guy is not afraid of challenges, and I'm talking to you right now, Hal, specifically. I know that you've got some political views that challenge some of his political music. Don't be afraid to bring them questions, because the guy is not going to back down from a challenge, I promise. And I ain't afraid to ask him some questions. So we're going to have Mises on the channel next weekend. Y'all definitely be looking out for that. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys. We got some reactions dropping. Y'all have given me tons of new content and new ways to drop that content. So we're going to be using premieres a lot more in the days to come. We're going to be using all that stuff. I'm 100% looking forward to where we're going with this channel, though. Appreciate all you guys' support, everything else. James is still in the chat, too. I didn't even see that. Shout out to James Fellows closing out this chat with us. Appreciate you guys, and I will catch you guys next time.